Okay, folks, welcome. Today is Tuesday, January 24th, 2017. Welcome to a regular City Council meeting located here at the Veterans Memorial Hall. And for the record, we do have a quorum. All members of council are present, and we'll call the meeting to order. And first order of business, if you will all please join in a moment of silence. Thank you. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, Red, will you lead us in the pledge?
With me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Red. We don't have any recognition events or at this point for the council meeting. Closed session report out. Mr. Pannoni, no reportable actions? Okay, we have no reportable actions. Mayor and council member reports and announcements, and I'll start to my right this time. So we started on the left for our study session. I'll start with
I don't have anything.
Okay, John?
Thank you and good evening. Oh my goodness, they got me up loud tonight. I do that every time, don't I? I wanted to just thank the city for sending me and a number of other folks to the New Mayors and Council Members Academy put on by the League of Cities. It was extremely educational and helpful in gaining a basic understanding of some of the issues that are facing cities across the state. Not a lot of it good news from the fiscal standpoint, but that not only stems locally, but also across the state and nationally, as we know. One of the things that I'll just point out is that there is a great advocacy group that the League has that is advocating on the part of cities, and their lobbyists are working fervently to address issues that will impact the city. So during the year, as you see possibly alerts come out with regard to bills or items that are important to the city, if you would like more information, feel free to email any of us or city staff, and we would be happy to get you the information. Because at times sending letters of support for issues that you agree with could be very helpful. Lastly, I'll point out that I went to a couple of fiscal or financial related seminars, and the issues across the board for cities with regard to CalPERS, which many of us found out for the first time at our last meeting, is very significant, and hopefully there will be some legislated relief. I don't know exactly what yet that will follow in the future, but also of note was the fact that the issue with regard to the discount rate, which the CalPERS board changed their assumption from 7.5% to 7%. Most likely is really probably as low as 6.2%, which means that the financial hit that cities across the state that are in CalPERS, which is a majority of all cities, will take over the next several years is probably of greater significance than we anticipated. And so we look forward to finding out more about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, John. Matt?
I have an update, or not an update, but I'd like to ask Eric Indersby to kind of give us an update citywide in terms of the harbor and the dredging operation that is going to be happening.
Thank you, Councilman Makowiecki. So, as was previously announced and as we found out publicly, Corps of Engineers is coming this year to dredge our harbor, the entire harbor, not just the dredge ship Yaquina. They had awarded their contract back in, I believe, September, October, and issued notice to proceed back in December. Due to the dredging contractor's obligations up in the San Francisco Core District with some other projects up there, they got delayed in getting down to Morro Bay. As you've seen out at the Rock, they've got a fence put up and they've got a small amount of equipment showing up. They're starting to begin to mobilize that in. They're still working with the Corps on their final dredge plan submittals and exactly where they're going to go with the pipeline and how they plan on disposing of it. As of today, they still plan on piping it up the beach to the nearshore disposal site between Azure Street and the high school, roughly. I've had a couple questions on the material coming out. The dredge material has been fully tested. They do sampling throughout the harbor, make sure there's nothing toxic, make sure there's no hazardous materials and such in the dredge material. There hasn't historically ever been, and there isn't in this dredge material. There is, however, decayed organic material in a lot of that dredge material that can be anoxic and stinky and come out black and not nice looking, but it's not hazardous, it's not poisonous. It's just sulfuric and smelly and usually dissipates fairly quickly once it gets into the surf line. So the public's advised to watch out for that. But we're hoping that they start bringing in more materials here over the next week or two and get to dredging because their window of opportunity is shutting pretty quickly with snowy plover season. So we'll see where we get over the next couple of weeks.
And I'm sorry, Eric, if I could ask one follow-up. In terms of the snowy plover season, and I think I heard you mention the other day that if that does come about, there are a few different options.
Correct. So the dredge contractor and the Corps is trying to work with National Fish and Wildlife Service to see if they can get an okay to stay on the beach after the plover season starts. That's one avenue they're pursuing. The other avenue is to go out to the nearshore disposal site off the sand spit where the dredge ship, Yaquina, usually goes. For those of you that may have been around or remember back in 2009, 2010 when we last did this, the contractor sunk their pipeline and then went out the harbor entrance with the pipeline on the bottom and then brought it to the surface at that nearshore disposal site. And so that's another alternative they're considering.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Eric. Red?
I love the new Morro Bay Community Activities Guide. And I want to thank Tom Hay for taking the project on and producing this beautiful publication. I want to praise Mr. Buckingham and his staff in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and with Tom Hay. Ms. Crawford of the Chamber provided the list of businesses and nonprofits who are featured. Tom Hay did the layout and printing, and he sold advertising to pay for the guide, so it was produced at no cost to the city. It's a beautiful partnership and a really nice publication. I think, Mr. Buckingham, you're going to produce this twice a year?
We're hopeful that we get to 3 times a year,
Okay.
and we're managing the costs. There may be a moderate cost to the city on this first one, just to be clear. Mr. Hay did a phenomenal job selling advertisements, but you did budget last year in order to produce at least 2 or perhaps 3 of these. Our goal is to get up to 3 of them a year and sustain there.
Very cool. I want to announce that the Morro Bay Citizens Bike Committee will meet February 1st, that's a week from tomorrow, at 5 p.m. in the Community Center Conference Room. And on the agenda will be a review of unmet bike and pedestrian needs for 2017, and that list will be submitted to Council and to SLOCOG. And I want to say that I had office hours and I met with constituents on January the 14th. And I heard some of the things that are on people's minds, such as the Trident Windmill Energy Project, wastewater and stormwater reclamation and independence from state water, pickleball tournaments and bocce ball, adjusting our goals to our revenue and keeping a balanced budget, a sales tax initiative for street repair and transportation improvements. I'm plan to have office hours again this coming Saturday, January 28th, at the Giant Chessboard from 9 to 10 a.m. It's a beautiful location. It's going to be great weather. Anybody who wants to come by and chat is welcome to do so. So thank you.
Thanks, Red. And with that, that'll conclude our council presentations. Mr. Buckingham, you want to give a little update on Sacramento as far as some of the updates on our WRF and some outlines there?
Sure thing. If I can, before you do, I'm just going to ask Mr. Livick to do 30 seconds on tree trimming, just so
Great.
you hear what's been done in the last month.
Will that be a little storm update as well? Because I think we need to give a little shout out
Great.
for our crews. We've had a lot of weather. The storms have been pretty significant, and really we've done pretty well. So I just want to give a shout out for our crews and stuff on the work we've been doing. Rob?
Yes, thank you. Storm damage was pretty light, given the amount of winds that we had. We had a couple of trees down, one on San Jacinto and one on Maine. Probably those were the two significant trees. Lots of branches, of course, and down around town. And then you notice some orange snow fencing near the bike path. We've suffered some erosion there, and we're working with Caltrans on perhaps some supplemental funding to with this storm, if there's a disaster declared, to get some funding to help us repair that. The more routine tree trimming, as you remember, Council approved additional funding for trimming in the downtown. Coastal Tree Experts, one of our local contractors, took a break with the weather last week, but should be finishing up that more routine tree trimming in the downtown. So an additional work to clean up those trees and provide some clearances for vehicles and pedestrians in the right-of-way. Thank you.
Great, Rob. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you asked about a visit that I made to Sacramento this week, referenced wastewater treatment or water reclamation facility funding. So we've been having an ongoing conversation, clearly about both potential grant funding and loans for our proposed future water reclamation facility, and we had a discussion several months ago about sort of preparing the ground and making sure that we're ready to, in a good position for that. So since I was going to be in Sacramento anyway with several council members at the League Conference, Mr. Nunley and I went to Sacramento a day early and had a full day of meetings Tuesday with a number of key players in and around the area of financing for a water reclamation facility. We met first thing Tuesday morning with Jason Ryan and Aaron Funds Fellow, I think it is, Funds Foodum, who is they are the League of California Cities lobbyists for environmental projects and specifically water and wastewater items. We had a great meeting with them, and then we sort of transitioned that one into and one of the key elements of our meeting with them was preparing and determining where we as a staff and we as a city, staff administratively and city politically, should engage in Sacramento in the months ahead in order to set the stage for potential funding assistance for the water reclamation facility. They were very helpful in that. We then had a long and very good meeting with 6 members of the State Water Board, specifically of the Financial Assistance Department. 2 of the key directors of financial assistance for the State Water Board participated in the meeting. It was very positive, also very sobering. I say it was positive because it was a great interaction. A number of the things that we confirmed and or learned, I think we've been saying this consistently for probably 2 years, but it's important to say again that we, in the eyes of funders, grants and loans, we don't yet have a project. A shovel-ready project in the terms of funding consists of 2 things. 1, a facility master plan, which we do have now, and 2, a certified EIR, in which we are still waiting for. And so once we have the EIR complete, then we will have a complete project and be competitive for funding. They would not even accept an application from us yet because we don't have a complete project. That said, it was important, I think, to start preparing the ground, sort of doing that plowing work so that so they're aware of what we're doing, and when we do send up a project that they know it's coming and they've heard about it. One of the unfortunate things, just in our sort of timing is that the $1 billion state water bond that was passed 2 years ago in 2014, the funds from that were complete, the grant funding from that was completely dispersed in 2015. So there were enough water and wastewater projects around the state of California that were complete, sitting on the shelf in 2015, that within a year of that bond passing, all of the grant funds from that bond were distributed. Again, we won't have a complete project until 2 years after that happened, at the end of this year. And also a significant portion of the state revolving fund loan money is out there doing what it's supposed to do. They have not dealt it all out, and while they were cautious with us and said, make sure that you don't put all your eggs in that basket and that you consider alternatives to SRF loan funding. We had a pretty tight presentation, and we as a city have a very, very good project because of all of the issues it addresses, from climate change to sea level rise to water recycling. And so they were happy to hear about our project. They think it's a good project, and I think we can be cautiously optimistic as a city at our potential for being competitive for a SRF loan. But we should also be thoughtful and wise and ensure we think about alternatives. I'll also note that while it sounds like bad news that the 2014 $1 billion state water bond has been largely committed, we still have 4.5 years to go, at least, in the life of our project. And there is, both at the state level and at the federal level, there's reason for some cautious optimism that there will be additional water and wastewater related funding that is available. So they specifically, and this is the state water boards, they specifically noted, as did the league lobbyists, that that there may be legislation this year at the state level that is sort of a second water bond. And speaking of federal dollars, we also had another meeting with a gentleman from the Ferguson Group. The Ferguson Group is a federal lobbyist. They have worked with SLO County, specifically on the Los Osos project, and were actually instrumental in a number of funding items for the Los Osos project. Worked very closely with the county, had a very good discussion with them, and it would be probably wise of us to consider if we should have some relationship with somebody in Washington that was interested in our project and helping us with it. With what's going on, the discussion included some discussion of with what the discussion is right now at the national level between the new administration and the Congress of an interest in infrastructure funding. There's probably, well, I will state this, that the assessment in Washington is today there's much more reason to believe than there was 6 months ago that there might be significant federal assistance for projects such as ours available in the years ahead. And lastly, we met with Jennifer West, who is the managing director of California Reuse. California Reuse is an arm of a national nonprofit water. This is water reuse, not just reuse. That focuses on lobbying for and facilitating water reuse projects. She sort of loved our project, and it fits clearly within what water reuse is encouraging and thinking about. She invited us to. Well, Rob Livick is involved in the local chapter of water reuse, and so we're already connected. It was great to connect at the most senior level, frankly, in the state, and we will likely be on the invite list to present our project at their annual conference in Monterey next year, and those interactions, even before then, will help as we really refine our presentation to be as competitive as we can be for funding assistance.
Great, thanks for that update. Moving on, we're going to get into public comment, but we do have speaker slips. I have a couple of speaker slips up here for public comment. One of them, Carol, you want to speak during public comment for item C3, so I understand that. And then we have 4 items for our business items. So if you'd like to submit your public comment for our regular public comment period, our consent agenda, and our business items. And if there's items such as any items later on in the evening that you can't stay for and you would like to take the time during public comment to speak to that, I appreciate submitting your speaker slip. And at least looks like I've got another one. And with that, we'll start out with our public comment with our business spot. Paula Ratke from Art Glass is going to be opening up our business spot and introducing her business. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Irons and fellow council members. Does this sound okay? Can you hear me?
You sound pretty good.
My name is Paula Radke, and I have run a business and lived in Morro Bay for over 30 years. I am a glass artist, and when I was thinking about how to describe my business or job to you, many titles came to mind. I'm the president of a corporation, also secretary and treasurer, chief operating officer in charge of marketing, shipping, logistics, and let's not forget janitorial. Somewhere in there is Paula, the creative director and designer and maker of all things glass. I'm a teacher and now have opened a small gallery around the corner on Market Street. I'm a glass artist. I love the science of glass, the innumerable ways to shape and color glass for jewelry and home decor. For the past 30 years, I've looked outside of Morro Bay for work. I've consulted in China and Thailand. I've done hundreds, if not thousands, of trade shows all over the country, and some outside of the country, Japan and Australia being my favorites. I've been traveling constantly to teach. But due to the wonders of modern marketing and the digital platforms available to us now, I will no longer have to say that the airport is my second home, and I will be working at home with my laptop, which makes me very happy. So right around the corner on Market at 1129, between the Tradewinds Best Western Hotel and the wonderful young people at All Good in the Sun Bulletin building, I have my small gallery and big studio. I teach classes in glassmaking and jewelry making there. I also invite other nationally known artists and teachers to come to my studio and teach. I've had students come from as far as Venice, Italy for these classes. My next class is February 11th and 12th. Nationally known Peggy Stewart will be there teaching her gilded glass techniques. It's going to be pretty awesome. I have 2 spots left in the class. Also, on February 11th from 6 to 8 p.m., I'm having an open house and to celebrate the launch of a new website in my studio on Market Street. You can meet Chanel and Hans from Brandit 360, who are my web developers and are fabulous at it. And you can see what the students have done that day in Peggy's class. You could also consider the possibilities for your out-of-town guests to come for a workshop to learn something different and leave with a pretty nice project. I can customize a workshop or class for a birthday party or girlfriends get-together. So let me know. You're all welcome to my open house on February 11th from 6 to 8 p.m. But if you all come, I'll probably run out of food. Jeff Bright will be there playing a classical guitar, and I'm sure he won't run out of repertoire. So please come. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Paula. And with that, we'll open up public comment. Carol Truesdale, followed by David Nelson. Welcome.
Okay, I've got 3 minutes for 2 pages. This has to do with C3 summary of Proposition 64 and direction from Council for further city action. I'm Carol Truesdale, resident of Morro Bay since 1995. You have before you a very critical decision to make. That being said, I want to share with you an article that was published, Marijuana-Related Deaths, Suspensions, and Problem Spikes in Colorado. The report was published September 22nd, 2015. A new study of the marijuana drug used in Colorado found increases in marijuana-related traffic deaths, hospital visits, school suspensions, lab explosions, and pet poisonings. The study was conducted by a federal government program. The 166-page report released this month analyzes the effects of legalizing marijuana for medical and recreation use in Colorado, spanning the time period from 2006 to the present. Along with the state of Washington, Colorado is considered as something of a laboratory in which the effects of legalizing marijuana use can be studied. The study showed that the number of drivers tested positive for marijuana increased 100% from 2007 to 2012, with marijuana-related fatalities doubling from 37 to 78. Traffic fatalities total around 500 a year in the state. One of the report's key findings was the number of children aged 0 to 5 exposed to marijuana increased 268% when comparing the period from 2006 to 2009 to the period from 2010 to 2013, triple the national average. The report showed that more young people aged 12 to 17 were using marijuana as well when asked during a national survey in 2012 whether they had used marijuana in the past month. 10.4% of Colorado's youth said they had, which was 39% higher than the national average. And this is a quote, "I never dreamed in a million years that this would happen to my son, Kendall, a parent who didn't want to use his last name, told CBS, referring to a time when he came home to find his 13-year-old son unconscious from what he says was a marijuana overdose. He was gray, his heart wasn't beating, and he wasn't breathing," Kendall said. Kendall used CPR to resuscitate him and later talked to his son's high school peers and supplier. Marijuana-related emergency room visits grew 57% in 2 years, from 8,198 in 2011 to 12,888 in 2013, the study found, with a 29% increase in emergency room visits for teens. This report also found that drug-related suspensions and expulsions around 32% between 2008 and 2009, 2012 and 2013 school years. The majority of expulsions were for marijuana violations. From 2006 to 2008, there was 1,000 to 4,800 medical marijuana cardholders and no known dispensaries in Colorado. As of the end of 2012, there are 108,000 cardholders and 538 licensed dispensaries. In November 2012, voters passed an amendment allowing anyone over the age of 21 to use marijuana recreationally. Other findings include data showing that seizures, and it goes on a little bit. So the report was carried out by the federal government, and so please be prudent in the direction that you, our city, are going to take regarding Prop 64. Thank you. You have a copy of this.
Thanks, Carol. That'd be great if you could submit a copy of that.
Everybody's got one.
Okay, this one right here. Thank you. David Nelson, followed by Rick Mars.
Hi, David Nelson. I'm not able to stay tonight, but let me welcome the 2 new council members. I've been laid up here, so I haven't been to the meeting in a while, but I've been reading, and it's disturbing, you know. You 2 new people come on to the council, and $2 million went away last year. And what do we have to pay for it? We have a bunch of environmental studies that we'll never use. We have this water reclamation facility, which, you know, I read up on today. I hope that you got to read these staff reports that are here, because they're kind of disturbing to me. I'm sorry, I was under the impression that we, the citizens, were going to see some evidence of what's new out there in septic and water reclamation. And it looks to me like all we got is the plant that the last 2 councils away built down here, and they picked it up and they put it over there. I mean, that's 70s technology. We know there's better technology out there, and I for one, have been cheerleading for it for a long time. I've only seen one company come here and offer the city some advice on what plants are available. It was, you know, mocked at best and, you know, brutalized at worst. these people came up and they showed us what can be done and what is being done. And it's being done for a lot less money than we're paying. And we have consultants that we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to check property that we don't even own. And this is really disturbing to me because to me, it seems like you should have the plant and then the site. And we're spending millions of dollars chasing a site without a plant. Now we have a water reclamation facility, and if you look at your staff report on Addendum 2, they open up by talking about the Morro Bay, the Morro Valley site, and then they go on about what they're going to do. I mean, it's on Addendum 2, page 1. They open up and they talk about that site out in Morro Valley that we abandoned a long time ago, and we're going to hire these guys to put a water reclamation plant someplace that they don't even know where we're working at this point. And why? I mean, when PERC was here, they said they could do water and the sewer together in one thing. You haven't even looked for any other companies. I'm not saying PERC's the place, but it's one that I've seen, and I've seen the presentation and the work that they did for our city for free, and I've seen us paying millions of dollars to have that same kind of stuff done. They come in and they brought a package, and I'm sure they're not the only ones, and we're not seeing them because you're not asking for them. So I'm really upset about this, and this is just more wasted money to have these consultants standing by to maybe build a fantasy wastewater.
Thanks, David. Rick Marsh, and then Jude Long.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Rick Morse, and I operate MedMar Clinic at 334 East Olive Avenue in Fresno, California. MedMar basically stands for medical marijuana. It's a short contraction of both words. In 2011, then City Attorney Rob Schultz invited me to Morro Bay to help write the medical marijuana ordinance for the city of Morro Bay. And it was one of the best ordinances I'd ever seen as an advocate or anybody that's ever operated a collective. It needed some polish, and last year, about April of last year, I brought in a copy. I don't know if you guys received the new copies, but a copy of the medical marijuana ordinance that has been polished. Inside the binders, we have a PowerPoint that gives an indication on what I believe are the appropriate protocols for running a medical marijuana collective. The first documents in the binder would be a hypothetical location in the city of Morro Bay. I did speak with the property owner, and they were quite intrigued with the concept if you guys were to pass the ordinance. The first tab would be the polished ordinance, and in light of last year's developments in medical marijuana, it needs a little more polishing to comply with the state law, but after 5 years, it is complete, or nearly complete. The staff reports, the original ordinance, the non-diversion guideline protocols, and the Police Chiefs Association recommendations are all included in the binders. One thing I would like to do is agree with the previous speaker that I do not support the recreational use of marijuana. As a member of the priesthood of my church, I'm not allowed to, but I am what I consider the resident expert on medical marijuana. I've been doing this a very, very long time, and I'm very good at what I'm doing, what I do. One of the things I'd like to clarify about one of the things that the previous speaker said was that there is medical or marijuana-related overdoses. There is no lethal doses index on marijuana, and it is impossible to overdose on marijuana unless you just ingest a concentrated form of it over a very, very, very short period of time. And I can't say that that's not possible in the 20th century or 21st century, but it's never happened in the last 5,000 years of known marijuana use. I was told last summer that there would be a robust conversation on the issue of medical marijuana in the city of Morro Bay after the first of the year. And I was just here to say hi again, reintroduce myself, and give you a new copy of the ordinance, and hopefully you'll consider having the conversation very soon, and I would be honored to be a part of it. Thank you.
Great. If you wanted to submit, was that copy for, you've got it? Okay, great. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Jude Long. That's all I have for public comment slips for the public comment portion of this. There are public comment slips in the back. Would you like to speak for public comment? Okay, all right. Thank you. Welcome, Jude.
Thank you for having me.
I'm Jude Long, representing Morro Bay Friends of the Library, and I want to let you know about our big book sale coming up this Saturday, January 28th, at the Morro Bay Library, 625 Harbor, right across the street from City Hall. And starting at 9 o'clock, we have members-only sale, so you'll get in early. You can join at the door. You can renew your membership. From 10 to 1 is the main public sale, and backed by popular demand is from 12 to 1 will be the $3 a bag sale. So we have bags, or you bring your bag, you fill it up to the top with books, videos, CDs, DVDs, and $3 a bag. You really can't beat it. You know, the library is really the biggest recycling center here in Morro Bay. We take them in, we send them out, we bring them back, and it's over and over again. We've got a great selection this sale, thousands of books, CDs, DVDs, at really low prices. The weather forecast sounds great on Saturday, so we're going to be in the library and we're going to spread out into the front patio. So there'll be plenty of space and even more books. There will be novels, nonfiction, mysteries, lots of children's books, every genre. We have 2 more sales this year, May 20th and September 23rd. That's May 20th and September 23rd. Anytime the library is open, you can visit the Friends of the Library bookstore. It's always changing, new stuff every day. Last year, these book sales and the bookstore brought in over $21,000 for direct use at the Morro Bay Library. And we appreciate all your donations. They're always welcome. Please hold off on us the week of the sale because we're busy getting ready and we can't quite process the new books donated. But right after the sale, up to the week before the next sale, bring those donations in, dig around in your closets, and let's start recycling them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jude. That concludes all my speaker slips for public comment, and with that, I'll close public comment. Yeah, we have one for C1. So I have this one for C1, so you're going to speak on that business item later? Okay, good. Unless you can't stay, I just need to know. Okay, all right, good. So we have a speaker slip submitted for item C1, which is the ballot measures discussion. And with that, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Do we have speaker slips for consent? Great. Okay, good. So I have 2 speaker slips for consent, Hannah Held and Ron Reisner. Welcome. Come on up. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Hannah Held, and I'm a member of the Community Foundation of Estero Bay, and foundation members are present this evening should the council have any questions on consent item A6. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
I'm assuming that means you don't have any questions.
We'll
see.
Yeah, okay. If we have questions, we'll do that during the that discussion. Thank you, Hannah. Okay, with that, we have item A5, Ron Reisner.
Good evening, Ron Reisner, Morro Bay resident. Thank you. Regarding consent agenda item 8.5, which is the proposed amendment 2 to the Nunley Associates contract. Being a long experienced private consultant, I understand the business practice of a consultant not offering more than the minimum necessary when negotiating contract terms. And the proposed MCAN contract amendment certainly offers the minimum. However, a golden rule of business is the gold rules. And the city of Morro Bay holds the gold. Gold provided to the city by taxpayers and rate-paying citizens. The elected officials and the city employees who represent the interests of those citizens have the obligation and the responsibility to employ all reasonable due diligence in negotiating agreements with service providers. In the case of any contract and contract amendment between the city and MKN, due diligence means, to me, ensuring the agreement that at minimum contains 1, a clear and concise proposed scope of work with specific task descriptions, 2, the identity of who specifically will perform the work, 3, the charge rate and margin for each person or group who will perform the work, 4, a budget for the stated scope of work, and 5, a calendar schedule for the stated scope of work. Additionally, any such agreement must require the consultant invoices contain descriptions of the specific tasks performed during the invoice period, who specifically performed those tasks, how much time to the 10th of an hour was charged to each specific task by each person or group, and what direct expenses, if any, are being invoiced for each specific task. These requirements, being embedded into a consultant's contract or contract amendment, allows the city to clearly understand and track the status of each task in the contracted scope of work, as well as the reasonableness of the consultant's charges, and obtains essential information to assist in evaluating the consultant's contract performance on an ongoing basis, all of which is necessary to protect citizens' interests and funding. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. I don't have any more speaker slips for consent. Looking out. Okay. With that, I'll close public comment for consent, bring it back to council and the consent agenda. Are there any items to pull or approve? I'll take a motion.
A5 to pull.
Item A5
A6.
and A6. Anything else? We have item A6. I take a motion to approve all items on the consent except for item A5 and A6.
So moved. Second.
A motion by Mr. Makowetsky, second by Mr. Heading. With any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries. Item A5, Mr. Heading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have literally spent hours pouring through the information that staff provided, and I do appreciate that very much. And have a number of questions and concerns that I wanted to delineate tonight regarding this proposal. To begin with, on amendment number 2, which is what we're being asked to approve tonight, there is a fairly succinct delineation of work items by task area that has been included, and I do appreciate that from the MKN group. From a generic standpoint, when I look at the total for the billings, the total hours to be billed are 4,612, and I roughly calculate explanations, detailed explanations in the task paper that was adjoining that totaled about 1,648 hours. Now, those numbers could be off slightly, but the key point is that there are a significant number of hours that do appear on the summary document that Mr. Nunley and or staff have prepared, which is, I believe, attachment number 1. However, the detailed background explanation of tasks, to me, is inadequate for such a large amount of money that is being asked for us to approve tonight. An example or questions that I have, task item number 206, contemplates 170 hours for a rate study. And that, I assume, is the 218 rate study. And it's my understanding that we possibly will be using another external consultant, or did use an external consultant, Bartles and Wells, last time to prepare that. And so I'm wondering if indeed there will be another consultant that will be used, and or is MKN Group going to specifically do all of the work in those 170 hours at a cost of about $26,000 for that project. And I'll go through everything and maybe ask whoever's appropriate to address it at the end. Item 108 speaks to maintaining the project management system, a billing of 96 hours for almost $17,000. And my question is is specifically why is the city being charged for maintaining a project management system that the hired project manager is using as part of their business? In fact, it's my understanding also that the city paid for that specific software system. And my sense is that when you hire a consultant and they're using software to manage the project that they're delivering, that expense should be borne by the contractor. Item number 103 contemplates $148,000, almost $149,000 for meetings and coordination. Attachment 1 explains the hours in some detail that will be billed out, totaling about 144 meetings. By my calculation, that's about $1,032 per meeting. And then there's contemplated the secondary consultant, JFR, for an additional $37,000 to attend meetings, including bi-weekly project management meetings. And I assume that's about 100 or 104 meetings a year. And the question there is, it just seems like an inordinate amount of dollars for the number of meetings that are being held. Project tasks 106 and 107 contemplates 240 hours for grants and loans. Is my understanding that we can't go after an or a loan until after the EIR is complete, and I wonder if indeed 240 hours will be required during that period of time. And then my second question would be, where is Kestrel, our consultant, in that, and how much responsibility do they have versus our contemplated contract with MKN? Item 302B, I think, concerns me the most. It's the most expensive item that totals $479,000. That's for the development of performance criteria for the procurement documents. That contemplates $188,000 plus $285,000 from the secondary to look at documentation. When I look at the documentation for subtask 302B, it's very limited, and I don't see any hours assigned to the task. Now, attachment 1 delineates hours, but there's really no detailed explanation that I have or I can see that would substantiate specifically what's being done for 1,360 hours of work. And so for $500,000 to not have a detailed explanation of specifically what's involved, it concerns me greatly. So those are some of the examples within the context of the contemplated agreement that we're asking to approve. In addition to that, I would ask staff about performance metrics and how often we would expect reports on this contract. Based upon the past, there may have been reports to council. I do not remember any detailed reports based upon any metrics that we've used to measure how we're going to evaluate this particular consultant group. And that would be a comment that generally would be across all consultant groups, not just Mr. Nunley's group. I'm not singling him out for this. And I think it's important for that to be, when we're talking about a contract over $1 million, to be reviewed at least quarterly and to have those metrics defined prior to assigning the contract. The other point I want to make is the detailed invoices that are produced by the consultant and the review process for staff internally reviewing those. I've done some work in talking with staff members and understand that there is a process for that. However, I am concerned that possibly with regard to subtask areas and the hours that are billed, that the detailed billing is not giving enough information, as I believe Mr. Reisner made the point, for us to review in detail to be sure we're getting what we're paying for. The other issue that I see when I look at the qualifications, and again, I believe there have been some great things done by this group and their team, but they're responsible for a significant amount of the financial analysis that has to do with the WRF. And when I look at the backgrounds of the individuals, it appears to me that, at least in my opinion, there isn't significant financial expertise to be able to produce the items that are necessary, and possibly that falls significantly either on staff internally or members of the Citizens Finance Committee. And again, in looking at the list of individuals that are billing hours, I don't see significant financial background or a finance person in that mix, and there are significant financial reviews that are being done. The margin for the contract has not been explained, and it would be great to know that. I think that's pretty traditional for these kinds of programs or projects or proposals. My other concern is just looking at what I would call a benchmark. It's very difficult to do a true apples-to-apples benchmark of other cities that have projects and that are doing things similar to what we are doing. I did, however, find in Sacramento there is an organization called Regional SAN, S-A-N, and it is the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. They are doing a project that involves the repurposing and reconstruction of their complete wastewater conveyance and treatment services for residential, industrial, etc. It's not exactly the same project at ours, but it includes several cities, including Citrus Heights, Elk Grove, Folsom, Rancho Cordova, Sacramento, West Sacramento, Cortland, and Walnut Grove. Those are the cities that it serves. And this is a project that, according to the website, will total approximately $1.73 billion, and the total amount for the contracted program management services for the Echo Water program, which it is titled, by a company called Brown and Caldwell, totals $32,335,578. $32,335,000. Now, if you take that as a percent of the total project, That is about, it's not about, it's exactly 1.8%. The contract that we are contemplating, total, if you look at the proposed possibility of $10 to $12 million for the consultant that we're looking at, and a project that maybe contemplates $150 million total dollars of spend, I calculate about 8% for the project management costs. So 1.84 versus 8% of total project costs, again, not apples to apples. I totally understand that, but I'm trying to get a benchmark for myself, the council, and the city to try to understand possibly what the relationship should be. And so the conclusions I come to tonight with regard to this contract, given those concerns and without obviously hearing detailed answers to the questions that I've asked and some of the things that I've uncovered, would be this. My sense is that we need to limit first of all, the proposal to coincide with the fiscal year. This one contemplates a time period beyond that. I understand the rationale by staff for that, but I'm not comfortable going beyond a fiscal year because of budgeting and knowing what's going on with city incomes, et cetera. Two, I guess I want to understand the rationale for continuing to contract with MKN at this rate versus possibly decreasing MKN's responsibilities and actually hiring staff to do some of the more mundane processes that are outlined at a very high rate in the contract. Now, if you look at the cost of the contract, we could internally hire at $100,000 a year 12 FTEs for the period throughout the total project. And I know that's, again, not going to give us possibly the same expertise, but I'm wondering if some mix for a reduced use of this contractor with temporary internal hired staff for the period of the project may save the city significant dollars. I do believe that should we come to conclusion that we want to continue the relationship, that there should be quarterly contract reviews. I would include and expect a report on metrics quarterly from staff measuring success for the contract. I don't see that other than the fact that you're very satisfied with the services. I believe firmly that the consultant needs to expand his rationale and explain the hours specified in the budget. I'm very uncomfortable given what I've said earlier. I do question the overall financial abilities of the consultant and specifically the staff, and are wondering if those could be improved. And the issue of project management software and fees concerns me, and I'm not quite sure why that's the responsibility of us and not the contractor. All in all, and I'm sorry for taking such a long time, but this contemplates over $1 million of spending, Mr. Mayor. I am not comfortable pursuing or approving this evening, and would look forward to a response and maybe a reconsideration of this at another meeting. And thank you for allowing me to present that.
Okay, with that thorough discussion and the interest of diving into more detail on this and to continue this item further, obviously consent items usually fairly routine. We're diving into a little bit more detail on this. Appreciate the comments on that and the interest in that. So we can get into a response on this and continue this conversation for another 15, 20, maybe even 30 minutes, or we can just go ahead and make a motion with the items of concern to continue this and come back with a regular business item and have a full discussion on that.
So moved.
And so So that wasn't necessarily a motion. I understand we have so that may be a motion for you, but I want to make sure that we have all this discussion and direction taken care of on this. So before we get into that, if you allow me, to my left, Matt, if you want to just go ahead and.
Yes. In terms of the items, we had one item brought to public comment from Mr. Reisner and Mr. Alexander. They made a number of points, and so in terms of this, I think if we do continue this, I'd like to see those points made in their commentary made clear.
Thanks. Red?
I agree with Matt.
Okay. Marlis?
I had some issues, excuse me, with this item, and I really felt it wasn't clear exactly how much of the contract we'd already spent and how much, excuse me, more we were contemplating spending in this amendment. And I was also concerned about the calendar year, apparently, versus a fiscal year. It simply wasn't clear exactly what time period this amendment was covering. So that bothered me a bit. I also wondered whether or not MKN was planning to do the rate study, or if we were going to have to hire another consultant to also do the rate study, and this was just their part of the work in it. So that was a big issue for me. And I firmly believe that we need stronger city oversight of the finances of this particular contract. It's just too big to allow the consultant to be the only person who's submitting the finances, who's keeping track and monitoring, and it's almost to me a conflict of interest because we really do need to be checking it. This is a contract and we need to be overseeing it, not really the contractor. So those are my concerns.
Okay. So I appreciate everybody's input. Is there any comments from staff on our comments and direction on this? Obviously, the request would be to continue this item, bring it back with the requests and direction from Councilmember Heading and the rest of council on council, including Mr. Ron Reisner's remarks as well. Any other comments on that?
I'm not sure of the impact on the project of delaying this for a period of time, and we can ask Mr. Nunley about that. I think it's important to note that as far as, so Ms. McPherson just talked about oversight and contractor oversight. It is very important to note that the city has good oversight on every invoice that is billed to the city related to this contract and every invoice related to the water reclamation facility. So
and every contract
and every contract. So when Mr. Nunley's firm or any firm, but in this case specifically using this for our water reclamation facility, sends an invoice to the city, first our budget and accounting manager reviews that invoice and looks at it from a financial perspective. Then it goes to Mr. Livick. Mr. Livick reviews it from a city oversight on the engineering perspective, and we'd be happy to provide examples of those invoices so the council can see the level of detail in those invoices. The other comment made, if this is continued, is that there was a substantial number of observations and concerns. It might be that this would be a good candidate for a council work session to have a public meeting, but sit around a conference table and being able to dig into the details and look at this and have sort of more of a conversation on these questions, and to get council input on specifically what you'd like to see, what your concerns are. So my two comments are, we have very solid oversight on every invoice associated with this project and other projects that come to the city. These specifically are reviewed both by Public Works and by Finance. That's one point. And the second is, in order to be able to roll up our sleeves and really get at this with the council to address council concerns, it might be more effective to do that in the context of a council work session than a council meeting. If you might want to ask Mr. Nunley about the effects of continuing and how long it can be continued before there's potential delay effects on the project.
Okay, great. Mr. Nunley?
Sure. And in terms of impacts to the project, if we can bring this back, next meeting for that discussion, I wouldn't see any concerns with I think we can manage any impacts to schedule. But a lot of it would also depend on what you might modify in terms of the work scope. And I know we don't want to get into the discussion today, but I'd be glad to address comments if you'd like me to, or if you'd like to just bring back the item for more complete discussion.
I'd prefer, I know in the interest of the overall agenda, I know we can get into this, and we've got into this item quite a bit, considering it was on consent, and we can have more discussions on that later. I think it'd be prudent to just go ahead and have the information that's submitted. We can work with that. We can schedule study sessions, I think, with council members to do that. Continue the item to our next city council meeting with the information that's been provided. And as far as coordinating working council sessions, we can do that in between this meeting and the next council meeting. Would that be realistic?
I'm just not knowing council schedules and everybody's schedules. I don't want to make a statement, but if we don't, from the project's perspective, we want to get through this as quickly as we can.
Right.
But I'm not positive that we can have a work session and then have this ready for the next council meeting, which it's actually in 3 weeks, not in 2 weeks, since there's an extra Tuesday. So perhaps, but I guess I wouldn't want to lock us into it will come back as a business item at the next council meeting, because I think this is a great candidate for a work session to really work through and talk through in a more conducive format than the council meeting sometime give.
Okay. So we're going to continue it based on those parameters, whether or not we can fit it into next council meeting and a work session, or the following council meeting seems realistic to be able to do all that, keep it on time and everything. Okay. So with that, we would take a motion to continue the item with the information that was presented by council under the circumstances that we would try to bring it back as soon as possible within the next meeting or the following, and also schedule a working meeting with council on this item. Any other particular issues or items to be included in that? Okay, then that would be...
I would also want to include the information that Mr. Reisner provided.
As stated, yes, yeah. So that would be the motion?
Second.
Okay, and a motion by Mayor Ryan, second by Mr. Heading. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion carries. Thanks. And moving on to item A6, apologize for that, the length of that, and item A6.
Do I just start?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
A6 is a proposed partnership agreement between the city and the Community Foundation of Estero Bay to sell trolley advertising. I want to say that I love the work that the Community Foundation does to help the disadvantaged youth of our community to participate in recreational activities. In particular, I know that David Peter donates a great deal of time, and he prepares food and donates the food for the Community Foundation's annual fundraisers. However, I am concerned that this proposed agreement does not have adequate protection for the city. It does not protect the city from actions by others outside its control because the Community Foundation prefers to not sign an indemnification clause nor to provide general liability insurance. I've had an ex parte email exchange with Ron Reisner, the president of the foundation, and he has told me that the foundation's board of directors very carefully assesses risk and puts policies in place to minimize risk to the greatest degree possible. However, regarding the indemnification clause, if the foundation did something that caused someone to sue, then the plaintiff could possibly sue both the foundation and the city. The city would then have to pay legal fees to defend itself. The city would have the option to file a cross-complaint against the foundation if the foundation caused those damages. We live in a litigious society. Anybody can sue anybody for anything. I just think that it is vital that we have this indemnification clause, which does not cost the foundation anything to sign. The other issue is general liability insurance. The foundation's position is that the cost of general liability insurance would be cost prohibitive. I don't know what cost prohibitive means. In the Morro Bay Activities Guide, there is a photograph of Mr. Reisner presenting a check to Karen Sweeney of Recreation Department for $43,000, which was money that they raised through their activities. And I understand that if they have to pay for general liability insurance, that will reduce the amount of money that will be given to the city for recreational purposes. And I'm sorry for that, but I feel as if we in the council have a duty to defend the city. Without general liability insurance coverage in a potential lawsuit, if the foundation didn't have insurance and was liable for the damages, and if the city were held jointly liable for those damages, then the city may not be able to recover the damages awarded due to the limited funding of the foundation. I asked Mr. Pannoni for his opinion, and he said that he would not feel comfortable recommending waiving either of these matters. However, he did stipulate that that doesn't mean that the council could not take other community benefits into consideration and decide to accept the agreement as proposed. However, I feel that without those two protections, the city is liable for too much risk, and I would prefer that we continue this agreement until such time as the foundation provides general liability insurance and signs an indemnification clause.
Right, thanks for your thorough work on that. Any further comments from council? Matt?
Sure. My question follows with what Red's saying. In terms of city insurance, Joe, I guess this question is to you. In terms of if something did happen, we went into this agreement without Estero Bay covering their bases insurance-wise. What sort of insurance does the city have that would cover that base?
It all depends on what the incident was and what caused the liability. The city has, as you know, the insurance through the California Joint Insurance Powers Authority that covers most of the things the city is involved with and also covers activities that the city contracts for. If the activities are the normal things that the city would have done, then those activities, whether they're done by the city or an outside organization, would be covered. If, however, the liability was because of something that one could consider a breach of the contract the city has with the other party, your insurance wouldn't cover that. So there would be no insurance coverage for that.
Thanks. Any other discussion?
Mr. Pannoni, have we as a city signed other contracts excluding these specific clauses?
I know of two specifically that were done. One was the bike park, where it was on city property and an entity came in to put in a bike park and operate a bike park. And the other one was the Morro Bay Senior Citizens, Inc. agreement for the, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that's what it was, for the pickleball court. That was another thing done on city property, and it was sort of a city event or a city program that was being monitored or managed by an outside party. Both of those operations are covered by your insurance coverage.
But this would not be.
Not 100% of it.
But 100% of those two that you described are covered.
Yes.
So
well, let me back up.
Yeah.
Yes, because of the nature of the incidents that would occur, the likelihood of there being a breach of contract doesn't seem very high to me. Not that I'm saying a breach of contract will be high here either, but in terms of the city having made a decision to run the risk of a breach of contract not being covered was a totally rational decision for the council to make, because most of the risk would have been someone using the facility and getting injured, and your PIA insurance would have covered that.
So in your opinion, would this be an irrational move on the part of council to approve it as is without those clauses?
I don't think anything the council does is irrational.
Job security, I see.
It would be a rational reason to consider, as Councilmember Davis indicated, in my response to him, although I don't, as your attorney, feel that I should say to you, go ahead and don't have an indemnification and don't have another party insure you. That doesn't mean you can't do it if you think there's other benefits that are being provided by the contract that you're willing to run the risk when the risk is not much of a risk anyway.
Thank you so much.
Marlis?
Yes, I actually was also going to pull this item, and I have some questions and concerns that are actually quite different than the ones that have been raised so far. I noticed that in the agreement, they're asking to waive certain fees and to ask for a direct cost fee to use the facility. And I know that the city has a policy for when it gives that rate. There are several rates when someone wants to rent city facilities. There's a commercial rate, there's a nonprofit rate, and there's a direct cost rate. And the direct cost rate is only offered to organizations that the city sponsors, and there was a policy enacted, I think it was in 2009, 2010, around then, specifying who would qualify for that direct cost rate. And I know this because the Bird Festival had to come to council and present evidence that we in fact did qualify for the direct cost rate. And my concern, and I love the foundation, I attend the events, and I would fully support their being able to use facilities at a reduced cost rate, but then we should change the policy. So I don't believe at this point that they qualify under that policy. I do remember that it had to do with having multiple days. It was designed to try to bring tourists into the city. And so I think we need to explore that. I wouldn't like to see us make exceptions and kind of lose track of the fact that we have a policy. If we have a policy, we should follow it, and then otherwise we should change the policy and make it more friendly for other organizations to use the facilities that we have. So I actually plan to agendize an issue where we could actually revisit that policy and see how we are renting city facilities and at what rates and what policies we should be following. So I just don't like us making exceptions to a policy.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
It might be helpful to address a couple of these things as you go through, if you'd like.
Okay.
So on bifurcate these issues. So Mr. Davis identified one that's out there for discussion. On this one, last May or June of 2015, the city council adopted a new partnership policy. That partnership policy rescinded the previous policy, the previous sponsorship policy, and the staff and the previous council went through a process to essentially refresh that and identify a new and adopt, which you did, a new partnership policy. What's before you now is one of the outcomes of that. That policy was adopted in part to ensure that staff had from council appropriate guidance to provide reduced rates, direct cost rates for various activities. It was apparent to me a number of years ago that there were a number of areas in which staff was providing direct support to various organizations, but that had never been authorized by the council, and I was uncomfortable with the staff just making decisions on, we'll support this, we won't support that. So because of that, we brought the partnership policy to the council. The council adopted that policy. It rescinded that sponsorship policy, and this contract, or this agreement, is consistent with that partnership policy and came sort of to you because it's consistent with that and because of that. So this is one of the first of what we hope will be a number of agreements with various organizations that the city has over years informally given public funds to without direct guidance from the city council. So I'm not sure if that assuages that concern completely, but
Well, I thank you for that, and you can chalk that up to the stupidity of a new council member.
Not stupidity at all. I think Councilmember Davis's concern is still, I'll turn it back over to you, still there for you to address, but I'm confident that this agreement is consistent with existing council policy on partnerships with organizations such as the Estero Bay.
And Mr. Mayor, with regard to the concerns that Councilmember Davis has, I feel it's important for you to remember, because I know you know it because you read the staff reports, remember, this contract has two parts. One part of the contract involves the foundation assisting the city in going out and getting people to pay for signage that's put on the city trolley. It's not the foundation trolley, it's the city trolley. That's one of the things that's being covered by this agreement. The other thing that's being covered is the facility use opportunities that the foundation would have, and the waiver that Mr. Buckingham was talking about, the lowering of fees, is for those, for the use of the facilities. It's not for all the facilities. It's only for fundraising facilities that the foundation is doing. If they do some other activity and they want a fee waiver, they don't get a fee waiver unless they can show why it's of extra benefit to the city for them to get that fee waiver. The reason I think it's important to make sure you understand and remember that there's two different things is because on the facility use part, they have to sign the facility use agreement. The facility use agreement includes an indemnification clause. And the facility use agreement requires them to have insurance. If they don't have their own insurance, the city has a way of getting what's called an event insurance for one day, but the foundation would have to pay for that insurance. And the agreement makes that clear. So the things that may have more risk, such as the use of the facility, there is an indemnification clause, and there is insurance that would cover that.
Thanks, Joe. Mr. Davis, you have a motion on the floor to continue that. I just want to make some comments. Thanks for bringing this up in all the detail, and appreciate all the work the foundation does. I mean, it provides for a lot of benefit to youth and the community. The details of this, read, and your concerns, and wanted to continue this to get the agreement solidified. is the direction in which you want to go. And we've had some support with that. Unfortunately, we didn't get that coming to today. It would have been nice to be able to just have the whole thing finalized as a complete, instead of having a discussion item for this consent item. So anyway, we have a motion on the floor. We would need a second to continue that. Do you want to repeat your motion?
Yeah, my motion would be to continue this item until such time as the Foundation agrees to sign an indemnification clause and provides proof of general liability insurance.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it for discussion. Any further? Okay, any discussion? No discussion on that?
Personally, it's a risk-benefit analysis, and I think the benefit is significant to the community for what the foundation does and provides to kids who are disadvantaged financially that are involved in programs. There appears to be facility use coverage that might have the greater liability than the signage issue with the trolley. So from a risk standpoint, thank you, Mr. Pannoni, for the excellent explanation. I'm comfortable that the risk is minimal and the benefit is greater to the community. So I would support it.
Okay.
Yeah, and since my concern has been addressed and I simply was ignorant of the change in policy, I also think that it's certainly worth, I don't think there's that much risk involved actually in the use of the facilities, and I do know that event insurance is easy to get, and we do it for the Bird, or we have done it for the Bird Festival for $200 for 4 days, so I'm sure it's not very high. So, and as long as the city has the ability to get that insurance and cover any events, I'm comfortable moving forward at this point also.
Okay. Any further comments?
No comment except to say that I'm comfortable also moving ahead with it. I think everything, the issues, and Red, you bring up some good points, but Mr. Pannoni, you've covered them. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue the item. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
No?
No.
No.
No? Okay, so we have 4-1, so just a motion to approve the item as is.
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Heading, second by Ms. McPherson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. 4-1. Motion passes and item passes. Thank you very much for your time. And with that, that'll conclude our consent. We can take do you want to take a short 5-minute recess and then we'll get going? So a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 7:35. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to item C1, our first business item for the evening. So we have 4 items to discuss. We're looking at 8 o'clock, so just keeping mindful of time and getting through the discussions with a healthy dialogue and being efficient. We want to get started on this. Next item for business is a summary of impact of various relevant November 2016 ballot measures passed by voters and council direction for further action. Mr. Pannoni.
Thank you, Mayor. So you read the title. That's what we're going to talk about. Maybe we're not going to use this. Thank you, Scott. As you know, there were several propositions on the ballot. I think it was 17, 12 were passed, 5 weren't. We're going to discuss only these 6, and clearly what's missing from there is the big marijuana, but we're not going to discuss, we're going to discuss that later. So let's start with the next slide. Hey, thank you. Okay. Prop 54, this was one that basically requires the legislature to do things like you need to do. 72 hours before they take an action, something has to be posted on the internet, has to be available to the public, so they can't pass legislation except in emergency circumstances unless the legislation has been available to the public for at least 72 hours. There's no real direct impact to the city on this. It's to make the legislature more transparent. It may allow the city, if you want to have input on items, at least you'll know about them at least no less than 72 hours in advance, and you'll be able to give input. And it may help with researching, because they have to also retain those documents for quite a bit of time. I think it's 20 years available for the public to research. Prop 54 was the proposition that extended the income tax, personal income taxes that was due to expire, and it was extended until 2030. Again, there's no real direct impact on the city, except that there's $4 to $9 billion that may be available, that maybe the city may be able to get some if you can convince your legislators to give it to you. Proposition 56 was the cigarette tax and all tobacco products. It was an additional $2 a pack that's to go to pay from people who are using tobacco products. Tobacco products now includes electronic cigarettes. The revenues are supposed to be allocated a certain way, and some of the allocation is supposed to go to law enforcement. So there may be an opportunity for the city to get some of that revenue. And that is one of the positive impacts of the city is you may receive some additional funding. However, there may be a loss in sales tax because people may buy less cigarettes because they have to pay more for them. So who knows whether it's good or bad. And then Proposition 57 was the proposition that allows felons who have been given consecutive sentences to not have to serve all the sentences that they were given if they at least complete the time for the primary offense. So in essence, it's a way for the state to reduce the significant criminal population from a perspective that, at least from this legislation, isn't going to endanger the public, because the types of people who get off early are not violent criminals. It also provides that the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation have to come up with credit systems to be able to allow people in jail to get off on good credit, again, if it's nonviolent criminals. The fiscal impact here is unclear, because it's likely that, as we experienced when previous legislation was passed to allow people out of jail early, if you will, it impacted local police departments, because then probationaries were out and performing more crimes. So it's likely that may again happen with this legislation. Prop 63 is the proposition that requires background checks for ammunition before someone can purchase ammunition, and it also requires people who have certain size magazines for their weapons can't have them anymore, and it also requires certain people who were convicted of certain crimes can't have possession of firearms. There's a new court process for having firearms removed from people who get the firearms, and that's likely going to result in your police department having some additional costs because they are the ones that have to collect and store the firearms. But the city has been given the authority to impose a fee if it wants to cover those costs that your police department may incur. And then Prop 67 is the plastic bag prohibition. And now the state has preempted the field, and the state says you can't have non-reusable plastic or paper bags that are given out by grocery stores and other retailers, and they can charge up to 10 cents per bag, and they can use that money for, the stores can use that money for recycling purposes. And this rule now applies to all cities, whether you had your own bag prohibition or not. And that was Prop 67. The reason this is on wasn't on your consent agenda as just an information item is because there's two options that you have, and so I needed to let you know there's the two options so you can tell us staff whether you want to take either option. Prop 63, as I said, allows you to impose a fee to cover the costs that your police department may suffer if they have to remove and store firearms. Under Prop 67, you can impose civil penalties on those who violate the plastic bag ordinance. So the way I see it is you have a decision to make as to the first. You can direct staff and I to come back to you with an ordinance and imposing fees to cover those costs. Obviously, we'd work with the police department to find out what those costs are, and we could do that. And with regard to the second item, you again have the option to pass an ordinance that requires civil penalties. The way I see it is you would be taking on the responsibility put on yourself to enforce a state law, and so you need to decide whether you want to direct me to have you adopt a law that we would then enforce civilly, which you don't have to do because it's going to get enforced anyway because it's a state law. And with that, I'm done.
Thanks, Joe. With that, we'll start with questions. I just want to be clear, Adam, I know you got for C1, but you meant C3, is that right? Okay, good. So we don't have any public speaker slips for this particular item, and I'm just scanning the audience to make sure nobody wants to speak to this item. Okay, good. So let's start off with questions. And Matt, you want to start off with the questions?
Sure. In terms, Joe, in terms of Prop 63, in terms of taking this back, what would be the turnaround time to talk with the police department and find out about fees?
I wouldn't think it'd be more than a month, maybe a month and a half.
And then these fees would only be for firearms that would have to be collected from someone because of some sort of legal reason?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Red?
Chief Cox, can you give us any idea how much it would cost the police department to collect and store firearms?
I don't have the cost right now, Mr. Davis. Statewide, they're looking at a proposed cost of which could be tens of millions of dollars annually to meet this Proposition 63 requirement. But for our local jurisdiction, it would be dependent upon the number of cases that the court ordered that we would have to go out and remove these firearms from. So you're going to have an additional resource of personnel to go out and remove the firearms from the people that are ordered by the court, which is then mandated by probation to determine if they have willingly given them up or not. And then we're going to have associated costs for storage and then later returning those guns once they've met the court mandate. But until we would be able to determine from the court how many of those people we would have to contact, it would be hard to make that determination right now.
John?
No questions, thank you.
Marlis?
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering how that process would work. How would you actually do that? I mean, how would you know who these people were? I mean, is there really work involved on your part to identify them before you would actually go out and collect them?
The order would be made by the court. The court would mandate that they turn the weapons over, and they have several options in doing that. Then it would be the county probation department that would ensure that these subjects that were ordered by the court actually have firearms. If they do, then it would be incumbent upon local law enforcement jurisdictions to go out and recover those firearms. So they would be mandated by the court, and that would be the determination.
That would be the starting point for you getting involved?
Yes,
okay,
ma'am.
Thanks.
So, Commander Cox, a couple other questions. Do you have any sense of how the kind of impacts for Moore Bay? As an example, could we take a couple of approaches on this? Hey, let's see how this impacts us for the first couple of years, and if we want to come back and look at it, is there something to the effect of, is it going to be that impactful for the city of Moore Bay going out to a lot of these types of calls and requirements to remove a firearm? And you're going to be doing it anyway, regardless of whether or not we have something enforced to recover fees. So I'm trying to think of the cost benefit for doing that. I suppose as I'm thinking through this, I'm also thinking we would assign, we would be trying to collect a fee, but the only way we'd be able to get the fee, would mean if they wanted to get their firearm back, or they wouldn't be getting it back at all anyway? Would that be accurate?
Yes, sir, and that would depend upon the court's order, depending on what the crime was. And again, this is once they've been convicted, what the type of crime is in that person, and this takes into mental health evaluations as well. So depending on what the status is would be determined if they would be able to recover that firearm at a later time. And until we knew what the court was ordering, it would be hard to make that determination. There are some folks that once we take the firearms, it's up to the Department of Justice to determine whether they have the right to get that gun back.
And so, but we're equipped for storing the firearms right now.
We are right now,
Okay.
but we have very, very limited space for evidential storage. It's very, very small. So if we were to start taking in a large amount of these guns, which I don't see happening in big numbers, but that's just determined on the number of people that the court order to turn over the weapons. And right now, we don't have a high number of people that I believe that we would have this problem with, just from what I've seen over the last several years here in town.
So would it be prudent to kind of do a wait and see on this, or do you feel as though we need to take action and pursue something for cost recovery on this?
I couldn't make that determination right now, but I'd be happy to speak with Joe and their office and determine that, to see. I mean, we could evaluate it for a year and see what impact it has on us, to make a determination if that's something that we needed to look into.
Okay. All right, thanks for that. Those are all my questions. We don't have any speaker slips as far as discussion. I can open up for discussion now. Matt, you want to lead us off on discussion?
Well, Commander Cox, you make a lot of good points, and Jamie, I like your points in terms of there is no urgency per se to do this, and the wait and see approach could work. And then if we find ourselves in a world of hurt, we're finding a whole bunch of these cases coming to light, then all of a sudden we could make get on the bandwagon quickly.
Okay. Red?
I guess what is the cost of developing an ordinance?
Um, 10 hours worth of work, so $1,000 to $2,000.
Oh, Okay. To me, that sounds like more money than we would likely recover in fees. If somebody's being asked to give up a firearm under this kind of circumstance, I'm not sure that that person would be able to pay a fee anyway. So I'd be happy to take a wait and see.
Yeah. John?
Thanks. I think you make a great point, Mr. Mayor, and Matt, I agree, and Mr. Davis, I agree, and I think the cost to develop an ordinance right now with the unknowns being unknown, we have time to wait, take a look. If it's starting to impact us, then make a decision. I believe in full cost recovery should there be an incident, but if there aren't any incidents, then there's no recovery of costs. So I support that. Wait and see.
And I concur. Wait and see.
I'm more concerned about the safety of the officers going out to the call. Yeah. So as long as they have all the safety and protection, then that would be my priority. So it sounds like we're kind of consensus that we can do a wait and see, and we would get feedback from our department on whether or not this is something we need to pursue. Prop 67. Matt, you want to start us off on questions for that?
Sure, and I think, Joe, the key language you had was that we don't necessarily have to act on this one, being that it's going to be state mandated, and then that the state would then be required, not necessarily required, but in control of any sort of mandate. We already have local controls set in place by a number of our stores. And so I, for one, right now don't see necessary action in this going forward.
Great. Brad?
I agree.
I agree.
Marlis?
Me too.
Okay, looks like we're good. So with that, we're going to receive and file. No action taken. Appreciate your input and help on that. That'll conclude item C2, and we'll move on to item C1, and we'll move on to item C2. Item C2 is adopt the Centennial Parkway Concept Plan and provide direction regarding the preferred traffic pattern for the Embarcadero Sidewalk Widening Draft Concept Plan. And we'll look to Mr. Graham. You're going to lead us on this? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Irons, members of council. What you have before you this evening is a review of the final draft plans for the Centennial Parkway and Embarcadero Sidewalk Widening project. A little bit of background on the project. This project stems from our FY15 and 16 goals and objectives. The objectives was to widen the Embarcadero sidewalk along the waterfront. There are areas where it measures less than 5 feet in width, and to create a wider sidewalk to allow pedestrians to flow up and down the Embarcadero was the idea here. And then secondarily was to provide a vision for the Centennial Stairway that could better connect the downtown with the Embarcadero. To this end, the city hired R&M Design Group to prepare the plans. We conducted stakeholder outreach in March of 2016 and followed that up with a workshop in May of 2016 and then rolled that into the draft plans that the City Council reviewed at a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and Harbor Advisory Board on September 27th of last year. You reviewed both the Centennial Parkway plan, two plan options for the Centennial Parkway, and then a couple of traffic options for the Embarcadero sidewalk widening project. Out of the joint meeting, the input that was provided was again, we had two Centennial Parkway plans, kind of an A and a B. It was really a menu of items that you could choose to put into the plan. And so, and after review of those, the items that were chosen are shown on the board there. There was an option for an elevator or funicular. The choice was for an elevator, so that's been incorporated into the plan. There was a desire to maintain the chessboard. There were fireplaces that are shown on this. Those were a positive feature, with the exception of the one that was located on the pier, and we removed that for obvious reasons. We had showed two options: a narrow crossing of the Embarcadero and a wider crossing of the Embarcadero, and there was a preference for the wider crossing. So we've shown that, and I'll show you all this in just a second here. There was a desire to add one of the plans. I think Plan B had a rock feature that was incorporated into a children's play sand pit area, and the desire was to include the rock feature in that, and that's on the plan. There was a suggestion to use heavy timbers, possibly in the form of benches. There was a feature that was at the top of the Centennial Stairway area that was fairly tall, kind of a metal, almost sculptural type structure. The idea was to create a focal point, but I think most of the folks at that meeting did not desire that, so we've removed that from the plan as directed. And there was a desire to include green features in the proposal, in the development, and then to lower the level of lighting. There was a string of lighting that sort of that went along the it's part of this pier paving concept that's in the middle of the plan that goes from one side of the Embarcadero to the other, and along those were tall light standards sort of mirroring the poles that you would see supporting a pier, and there was a desire to lower that level of lighting, and so we've done that as well. And then there was some input that was provided on the Embarcadero sidewalk widening portion of it, and that was to make the sidewalk as wide as we could. And then there would seem to be a slight preference to follow the two-way traffic method as opposed to one-way, although there was some interest in possibly doing a demonstration project for one-way traffic in that area. The plan looks like that. Oops. And let me see if I can point out some of the things on here. So it's hard to see here, but there's the wider crossing. The end of the pier area, we removed the fire pit from it. Right there is the children's sand pit play area, and there's a rock feature that's been added. The elevator is located here. These were sort of the main ideas to be added in. A little bit closer look. Well, this is what the Centennial Stairway looks like now, obviously. You can see DeStasio's to the right at the top, and then Dornish to the left, and the chessboard over there to the right, in the city's public bathroom right there. The proposal in a close-in view of it, or closer-in view of it, kind of shows areas here where you could have public art. The area at the top of the Centennial Stairway where there was that metal structure that was kind of up over and creating a sort of frame to this area has been removed and been replaced again with some more public art. You see bollards here closing off the end of Front Street, so you create the plaza and gathering area, and there's sort of this raised area for a stage. There's a slide area, there's a slide there, and then to the right you can see the chessboard remaining, and then some seating in the foreground there. Moving to the plaza on the opposite side, you can see what it looks like now. It's one of our 5 bayfront parking lots. You see the Libertine to the right, Rose's Landing to the left. I would note here that the City Council has authorized consent of landowner to Libertine to redevelop that facility. We do actually have an active application in right now for a remodel of the upper floor on the Rose's Landing to include some hotel rooms in it. And the reason I mention that now is I'll touch on that a little bit later, which is related to how we might potentially fund these improvements. Moving forward, this is what it could look like. You see here one of the fire pits in the foreground there. This is kind of what a redeveloped Libertine could look like. The only point behind this really is that you would want it to be designed to interact with the plaza area. And so that's why it's shown like this. We don't know what this is going to look like. We don't have plans for anything like this at this point, but the idea is that you want it to interact with the space. And then in the back, you can barely see it here, is the rock feature that they added into the sand pit. And all along here, doesn't seem to be. Well, all along this strip, there were tall lights, and those were the ones that were removed that I was referring to previously. That brings us forward to the Embarcadero widening portion of this. Can just hop into the slide. So the first option was to create a one-way option along the Embarcadero. That gave us the widest sidewalk on the west side of the Embarcadero, and that would have been one way between Harbor and Marina, or potentially Harbor and Pacific, depending on how you wanted the circulation to work. In this slide for the one-way, you can see that we've removed parking on the east side of the Embarcadero. We've provided designated delivery truck parking here, as well as passenger loading and unloading. As I mentioned, we have some projects that are looking to add hotel rooms in this location, so we would need those types of loading and unloading facilities in this area to accommodate those types of uses. And so you see those here. This little green line is a separator. Oops. That allows, because you have traffic going in one way, we've added sharrows right there and right there, so bikes would be sharing the lane with cars going south, but you need to be able to get back, and so we created a small cycle track there that allows bikes to go back in the opposite direction. A cross-section of this looks like, here's your 12-foot sidewalk now. You have a 9-foot parking lane for delivery trucks and passenger unloading and loading. You have a one-way 12-foot travel lane. Here's the little 3-foot separator there to provide room for the cycle track to bring bicyclists back in the opposite direction. And then you end up with a 9-foot sidewalk on the east side of the Embarcadero. Moving to the two-way option, we've now added sharrows going in both directions. We're still removing the parking that's on the east side of the Embarcadero, and you also, again, still see the designated delivery truck loading and unloading areas, as well as the passenger unloading areas there. Cross-section of this area looks like a 10-foot sidewalk, so we reduced the width of the sidewalk on the Embarcadero side by 2 feet. You still have the 9-foot loading and unloading zone for passengers, vehicles, and for trucks. And then you have two 11-foot travel lanes for vehicles. And you see a bike in that picture. That's just representative of bikes sharing the roads with the cars. And then again, you maintain a 9-foot sidewalk on the east side of the Embarcadero. Out of that September 27th meeting, council provided direction that after we got the revised final draft plans back, that we take those back before the Harbor Advisory Board and Planning Commission. We upped our game a little bit on the public outreach component of it. We put together a survey. It was a short survey, and talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We created poster boards and placed them around various areas in town. We had them at City Hall, Public Services Building, at the library, the community center. We put some in the office at Morro Bay High School, which is kind of neat.
It looked good.
We did get input from various boards, and I'll go over that in a minute. And then we provided 2 presentations at Morro Bay High School to their leadership classes. That was kind of fun. And then we got input and a vote from the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors on this. I'm going to talk a little bit more about each one of these items. Our survey had 3 questions. They were simple. It was, do you want the city to move forward with the Centennial Parkway plan? And it was a yes or no answer for that. We provided a second question that you could provide input if you wanted to see changes on it. And then the third one was, do you prefer a one-way or two-way traffic option? So respondents to this, we had, for question 1, do you want the plaza concept to move forward? We had yes responses, 259. No responses, 85. So that was a 75% to 25% sort of ratio there. We ended up getting some additional commentary in response in relation to question 1, and there was folks that wanted us to take a look at the homeless issue in and around this area. They wanted to make sure we were taking into account accessibility, so ADA compliance. Wanted to make sure we were maintaining the feel of Morro Bay, small town feel, and not sort of losing that. There was concern about where will the parking go that we're removing. There was some concern about what happens to the shops when we start constructing these improvements and making sure we maintain those so that those shops can be open and the shop owners aren't negatively impacted. And then there was also concern from a budgetary standpoint about what we're spending money on. We have greater needs, in other words, and maybe we should be spending money on those and not this. The second question about which way what do you prefer, one-way or two-way traffic? We have 133 respondents in favor of one-way. Two-way was 199, so that's a 60 to 40% ratio. We didn't get much comment back in relation to this, just a couple. One person wanted us to completely close the street off in that area, and that's something that's actually come up a couple of times throughout the outreach that's taken place for this effort. Some people thought if you make it one way, it'll be confusing, not only to residents, but to guests that are visiting the city. And then one comment that was suggested that we not move forward with the parking garage, although that wasn't ever really part of this proposal. Advisory board input, we presented this to the Planning Commission, Citizens Finance Committee, Harbor Advisory Board, Public Works Advisory Board, Tourism Business Improvement District Advisory Board, and most recently to Recreation and Parks Commission, all of which provided favorable recommendations to moving forward with some sort of Centennial Parkway plan in this location. Input from the chamber. Board voted to recommend the council adopt the Centennial Parkway concept plan. When asked about the one-way or two-way traffic concept, they thought they needed more information, and so didn't provide any direction as it related to one-way or two-way traffic preferences. As I mentioned, we presented twice to the Morro Bay High School leadership class. That was myself, Dave Buckingham, and Akani. So that was kind of fun presenting to the students. They had all kinds of interesting ideas, and some of that's detailed at the end in one of the exhibits. But again, largely very supportive of the Centennial Plaza concept. Less direct on one-way or two-way traffic. They were really just interested in what that looked like and what happened. There was no real consensus on that part. How do we use this input? I called this a final draft plan, and I'm saying that because our contract with RRM is pretty much done. We have about maybe $600 or $700 left in it. So short of making minor changes or tweaks to it, we would have to do a contract amendment to make any major overhauls to the plan. The current plans that we have, these are concept level drawings. They're not construction documents. We would get a much greater level of detail for construction documents. And I would imagine that you would see these plans going from concept to more solidified once we take a look at what was going to be developed around them, because the plans would probably orient themselves a little bit to that. And so I could see the plans changing as a result of that. You might still have the same components, but they might look a little different. And so what I would suggest is that we maintain all of the input that we've received to this point, and that we would forward that to anybody that would be coming forward and constructing those improvements over time. I would also note that all of this will be brought back through the process either in front of the Planning Commission and or the City Council when those projects move forward for discretionary review, because it's on the Embarcadero water side. That's concept and precise plan processes, which all have to go before the council. So you get to weigh in multiple times, on what these things look like and how they function over time. Probably the most important thing is, how are we going to build these, or how are we going to fund them, especially considering sort of the issues we've had that were brought up lately related to the discount rate for PERS and whatnot. And so we're really looking at building these through public-private partnerships. We have control over the lease sites on the west side of the Embarcadero and can negotiate leases and improvements in those areas. We have, as I mentioned, Rose's Landing's coming forward with lease site improvements. Libertine has consent of landowner. We have an RFP out for reconstruction of Off the Hook property, and so all of those folks could participate in this. As far as the east side of the Embarcadero, probably looking at, we've talked about this area, mentioned it a few times even earlier today in goal setting, about the Market Plaza concept. That's sort of use of the DeStasio's property that the city has control over and now owns. The parking lot below that, the Front Street area, Market Street on top, the parking lot that sits across that used to be part of DeStasio's. All of those areas could go into a process where we go out with the RFQ or RFP, whatever that process would look like, and negotiate what construction of a project on that site would look like, and that developer could be responsible for for building the improvements for the Centennial Parkway Plaza area as part of that process. Finally, the recommendation is to adopt the final concept plan and then to provide direction on what your preferred traffic pattern is for the Embarcadero. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, Scott. Thanks for that. And I have one speaker slip for public comment, so we'll start with questions from council, and then we'll open it up for public comment. And I'm looking at some going for speaker slip. Thank you. We'll be just in time for that. So if we'll start with questions, and let's start to my right this time. Mr. Heading, would you start on questions? And then we'll open up for public comment and then end with discussion.
So thank you, staff, for a significantly prolonged, in-depth community engagement process. Really appreciate that, including young people at the high school. I think that is just outstanding to bring young people in and give them an opportunity to speak. But I know, Scott, you and your group, having attended multiple meetings and giving a presentation 50 times is difficult, but I appreciate all of the venues that you guys have used and all of the methods I think humanly possible to obtain community input. And so I'm thankful, and I think that's why maybe we received one email as a council on this time around. So my question is, I'm still trying to understand how the concept draws people from the Embarcadero up to the downtown area, specifically Morro Bay Boulevard and Main Street. I understand the traffic, the ambulatory issue of people walking maybe up and then moving that way, but in the absence of having an auto connector, could you just explain how you see that working to where it's drawing people? I've heard a number of comments from business people about, gosh, it really draws people to the Embarcadero kind of away from the downtown and not back. So
I would say this is the first step. We have another process that's ongoing right now as part of our general plan, local coastal program update. And that's the downtown waterfront strategic plan, and that's providing new design guidelines for the Embarcadero and the downtown, and providing potential project areas that could help connect those two spaces. Again, this is step one. What you see now when you're out on the Embarcadero is that, and in fact, when you look at it from across the Embarcadero on the west side, you can almost can't tell there's anything there. And so turning it to something that's like that would give you a focal point in Plaza there, and would let you potentially know there's something to go up there, and then there's going to be some public art that's at the top as well. And so that's kind of step one. Step two is the downtown waterfront strategic plan and starting to implement those. There's catalyst projects that are associated with it, and there are specific sites located right up the street from this where it identifies areas where we'd like to do projects and gives examples of what could be done there. And that's kind of the idea, is you start creating that story and connecting those two spaces, and that's the intent. So this is, again, kind of step one, to sort of beautify and provide a space there that can be programmed by Akani over there and his folks, and so you can have events there, we can have bands there, we can have markets there, things like that. So putting programming events there that are happening 40, 50 days a year would go a long way towards letting people know that there's something going on there. So
good. Thank you for that. And I understand those next phases, so that makes sense. The other resounding comment that I hear, and I look for themes in terms of feedback, is that, and I'm summarizing or paraphrasing a number of comments, gosh, we don't want it to look like Pismo Beach or Avila. We don't want to be a Newport Beach. We want to preserve the integrity of our history and an Embarcadero and a working waterfront, and that means wood and rope, and I'm paraphrasing, but how do you respond to that in terms of this look? I'm not an architect, and I'm not that kind of a detailed person with this, and what kind of amenities do you how do you, I guess, mix those concepts with, there's something new yet you want to retain some history and something old?
I think, part of the issue and why that comes up is if you kind of look at these drawings that are sort of stylized in a certain way, I think that sort of lends itself to your saying, oh, it's kind of bright in colors, and that looks like, I don't know, Southern California, Newport Beach, whatever, Avila. I think really what we need to pay attention to is the things that we're putting into it. We have the laundry list of items that are going to go into it, and that's really going to frame what it looks like. I would say also this perspective drawing is a little bit off. If you look at, that's the space. That makes it look a lot larger. So I think it's just kind of the perspective that you get isn't quite the same as what it actually looks like, because the area is fairly small. So it's not this grandiose area. It's just kind of a focal point, and it's a place where people can gather. And you use elements, a combination of elements, I think. I think having steps and places for people to sit, it's a gathering area. It's plazas. You've all probably been to plazas. They all have similar features in them. They have places for you to sit, maybe places for you to program events and those types of things. And this has those types of things. Again, I think some of the issue just tends to be related to the sort of stylized and colorful way it's shown, and less about what it's actually going to end up looking like. I think it's going to look like a plaza that you would expect to see in Morro Bay if we design it in Morro Bay. So I'm less concerned about that.
Thank you very much for that. And my last question is, given your expertise as a planner and having been involved with Pismo Beach and understanding some of the traffic issues that they have, both egress and ingress, and just issues of congestion, can you tell me from a planner's perspective your opinion of one-way versus two-way versus no traffic on the Embarcadero, and what your personal recommendation might be and what the impacts are associated with that?
I think certainly shutting down the Embarcadero entirely in that way would take some additional study. I think looking, at how circulation would work, it would require a little more work on our part to do something along those lines. I think the one-way is intriguing because you can do, if we go, there we go. If you look at, you have a couple of options here, and you have Harbor. You can do one way between. That's a nicer one. So between Marina and all the way up, and then you have to go up to Morro to do the loop. If you don't do that and you just do it between two of the streets, you can go up to Market on Pacific and loop around that way. So it just depends on where you want the traffic to go and what you think people will recognize and understand. So I think all of the, those two options are viable that way or all the way out and up. This is probably a little more difficult to pull off, and we'd have to put some really good directional wayfinding signage in so people know where they're going and how they get back to where they've come from. I think that's also thankfully, part of our downtown and waterfront strategic plan is to put better wayfinding signage in, and so part of it is showing what that looks like. I kind of liked the idea that some folks came up with and said maybe we should try it and do a demonstration project for it. That's basically putting stripes on the ground, painting stripes on the ground. So the cost to implement something like that isn't over the top. Of course, you have to demonstrate it before you move forward and actually implement some of the other things like the width of the sidewalks and things, because you want to see if that traffic pattern works and feels okay for us. And I mean, that's kind of the strategy where you date the concept, you don't marry it at first. And so that is an interesting concept that people came up with. So
I'm into dating. So I was into dating, not currently into dating, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. No further comments.
Okay, Marlis.
I want to echo John's comments about the amount of public input that you got. I think it was fabulous. You really made a sincere effort to get a great deal of public input on this project, and I do appreciate that. So I want to acknowledge that, first of all. I also had the same question, actually, about how this proposed concept plan achieves the goal of bringing people up to the downtown. Because there's a perfectly wonderful staircase there now that has just had new treads put on it, and so it's got a nice curve to it, and people can use it to go up to downtown. So If they're not going up to downtown, there's another reason, and I think it's what's up there when they get there. So for me, this is kind of putting the cart before the horse, but that wasn't a question. My question actually pertains to how you would, I can't visualize what you would do to the DeStasio property to get that design in there. It's like you would have to have infill, and I don't see this fitting in. Does it? Or how?
Again, I think the perspective is kind of what throws you off a little bit there on the drawing. I mean, to give you an example of what a redeveloped area up there could look like, and I mean that's nothing that we're proposing or that's out there or anything. It's just they were showing what things could look like above it if you had a redeveloped project behind it, and so that would move things. Could move things in any different direction. You could end up with the things that we've talked about in association with Market Plaza is maybe a hotel, maybe it has a retail component, maybe there's a parking garage there, maybe there's, on top of it, there's a flat space for public gathering and things like that up there that plays off of this. And so if you go back to the original, you see right up in this area, there's seating up in there. That would be something along the lines of providing that parking structure out in front and putting some of the seating in those locations and that type of thing. So it just depends on how it would interact with the space and how much it would occupy and those types of things.
So you're envisioning demolishing the DeStasio property as it currently is situated and building something else?
That is what we will be bringing forward is concepts that could be working for the Market Plaza concept that, I mean, I think Dave referred to it earlier today during goal setting. It's something we'll be bringing back to you within the next month or so to have a conversation about whether we do something with that, go out with an RFQ. We have control over all that property. We own it. And we own the parking lot below it, and we own Market Street, and we own the parking lot across at the corner, and there are certainly, and we own most of the area where the Centennial Parkway, Plaza area is shown, and a lot of things could be done there. If you can work some sort of public-private partnership, that's how we could get it built, and we would be able to negotiate lease terms on the land and those types of things. So there's a lot of options there, or opportunities, I guess.
Okay. And my last question actually pertains to parking, because we're talking about adding more hotel space on the Embarcadero, and I know how crowded it is now. You can go down there and not be able to park. So exactly what is the plan for where the people that actually stay on the Embarcadero would park?
We're working through that right now, specifically with one of the leaseholders that has their application in, Rose's Landing. Right now, it looks like potentially working out a solution where they share city parking in the evenings into the morning, potentially. Rose's Landing, and you probably don't know this, but they've paid parking in lieu fees and have no spaces to show for them. And so that would be one way to do it. The other way would potentially be to identify parking spaces that we could put in, say, the Triangle lot or something along those lines that these could be used for, and they could, lease those spaces from the city. They could have valet parking that would go along with that. But they would need sort of economies of scale to make a valet service work down there, and so they would have to, engage the other leaseholders down there and see if they could make that work. But that's been some of the things that we've talked about to this point.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Matt?
Scott, in terms of this plan, in terms of these projects that could be moving forward, and how do you envision this plan being used? These projects come and you show, if this plan gets okayed by the council tonight, you would say, well, here's some concepts that you can consider. Is that how it will be used?
So yeah, I mean, So I'm holding off right now, waiting to get input from the council tonight to respond back to the RFP folks that respond. We have 3 folks that responded to the RFP on Off the Hook, and I'm waiting to get this input. As soon as I do, I'm going to be wrapping that into the letter that we're sending out to them, saying, "Hey, here, give us your best shot." Keeping in mind that we have if the council goes down this road, we have this, Centennial Parkway project, and we'd like to see what you could add to it. What could you bring to the table as far as that goes? And so we'll be asking that question if the council votes favorably this evening. If you don't, then ignoring that, just sending the letter off the way that it is.
Got it. All right, next question. In terms of the east and west sides of the Embarcadero, knowing that we have these 3 RFPs going, that could be going on with those 3 sites right there, and those sites would have financial incentive to look at this concept plan and go, okay, yeah, we can go down this route. How would we be approaching or working with folks or entities on the east side? Not necessarily the parking lot, because that could be tied to Distasio's, but the chessboard, the bakery, and the other empty lot, and I think that is owned by the folks up on Market Street.
So I think what you're asking me is you can kind of see the path forward and how we can negotiate with the lessees on the lease sides of things, because we have control over those. We have control over the properties that would be I'm going to keep saying this, the Market Plaza area. Well, it would be the same thing. Okay. We own that property, and we would be able to negotiate with anybody that'd be willing to come forward for an RFQ, RFP to develop it, to put the improvements in to the plaza. That could be the form of favorable lease terms. Maybe it's $1 a year for 10 years, so they can recoup some of the cost of putting that in. They also get benefit because they get to design their project to open to it and take advantage of it. That's huge. And so we would have to negotiate, say, lease terms or purchase terms that would take that into account.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, how much did this plan cost to have made?
I think our contract is just under $60,000.
The reason I ask is because going forward, because if we do get this plan set in place and we do have these RFPs on the west side of the Embarcadero, going forward, we will have this plan to build something, but however, these plans and councils will change. So would this plan be in ready form to be worked, amended, to be changed according to whatever planners and or council is in session?
The best part about the plan is it's a concept plan. It's not construction documents. It's not shovel-ready, build-ready project. It's concept, and I think when you have a concept plan and you don't have plans for the stuff that's around it, but you know that stuff around it's going to come forward for development, the properties around it, you know there's potential for it to change, and you want those. I mean, we gave you some examples. They show examples here in the drawings about what redevelopment of, say, Libertine looks like and how it interacts. That drawing faces windows and doors and
activity areas onto the plaza. That's what you want. You want it to interact. You want to have a lively space. That's what plazas are for. And so somebody coming forward might have a different idea than RRM had when they came up with the concept. Again, it's concept. They're going to specifically be designing their lease site project, and they're going to be going, ooh, we want it to look like this because our spaces in this location are going to be a restaurant, or they're going to be retail, or whatever they're going to be. So.
Well, with that, I think you just answered my next two questions, specifically knowing that the aquarium could be moving forward, and that's going to impact that Embarcadero plan, especially so this concept plan could work, I guess, with the aquarium coming in because it's a concept plan. And then the last question was a parking element. That's got to be a huge consideration with this concept plan, yes?
Well, I mean, we are proposing to remove parking on the east side of the Embarcadero. Certainly, so we're going to lose some parking spaces. To this point, over the last year and a half or so, we've added 200 parking spaces down there in the acquisition of the parking lot that was associated with Distasio's and the Triangle lot. We're going to try to do a better job of directing people to the Triangle lot, because I think a lot of people don't know. Even on our busiest weekends, you'll see the Triangle lot empty. That's probably a failure on our part. From a directional signage standpoint, and I think our wayfinding signage will help out with that. So we need to do a little bit better job of directing folks to where the parking spaces are. And then we talked about earlier during goal setting about looking at what parking might look like elsewhere in the in the downtown and the waterfront, and whether we come forward with some restriping options that are suggested in our parking management plan or things like that, so we could add some additional spaces right away in this location to sort of immediately offset that. Those are things we'd be looking at moving forward.
Well, great. Thank you for all the information.
Red.
Thank you for your thoughtful, hard work on this project. What is the plan for sidewalk widening? I understand that we have 3 leaseholders who are going to do some renovations, and we will require them to widen the sidewalks in front of their establishments. But we don't want sidewalks that vary in width along the whole length here. So if you do part of it, how are you going to do the rest of it?
So, I mean, it's a good question. I mean, right now, we have a requirement that you have 8-foot sidewalks along the Embarcadero, and so when lease sites redevelop, they are required to put an 8-foot sidewalk in. We would be changing that based on whatever input was provided this evening by the council as those projects would move forward. We would be getting the wider sidewalks or accounting for that in that process. It sort of depends on where we end up going, though. But that's the concept. It would be, yes, we would be looking at those and saying we have an adopted plan that provides the wider sidewalk. You're either building that wider sidewalk or providing the money that would be necessary to build it. If we were going to be waiting, say, to look at and test a one-way traffic option, right? So it would depend on where we go.
I guess I didn't understand.
Okay.
How we're going to do the other 2 blocks between Harbor and Marina. You could
the remainder of it, yeah. So I mean, so we right now how we widen the sidewalk down there is lease site by lease site. That's how it happens. That's how we widen the sidewalk. I mean, you have one that's at 5 feet. That lease site comes in and gets redeveloped, and now it'll be 8. And so you have the sidewalk does this all the way up and down there. That's part of the problem. So it would be over time as lease sites redevelop. I don't think we don't have money, obviously, to do it right now. So it would be in the plan, and that's how it would be identified. And over time, we would be getting the wider sidewalk versus, 8 foot, which is what we normally ask for. It would be 10 or 12.
Would it be possible in those areas where we continue to have the narrow sidewalks that we could put planters or some sort of divider out to the width of the wider sidewalks that we're constructing so that we have a continuous, consistent width for the whole length?
It's not something we've looked at to this point. We'd have to look at it. I don't have an answer off the top of my head for it.
Okay, I guess that's something that would be important to me.
Okay.
Okay, all good questions. Let's see, where do I start? Scott, if we adopt this concept with the staff report and all the attachments as the material that goes with it as a package, is that everything that would be needed to guide it, or you were talking about adopting the concept, and we know that we have all the material over the months and workshops and stuff. So, in my thought on this, if we were to adopt it, we adopt it with this staff report, and that has all the information that's been history, everything that's been worked on it. It tells us what's important, all the items that you listed, and it has some visual reference. So is that adequate?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's what we want to give to folks. Like this is, and we would want them to look at the record too. They would be able to come look at these meetings and look at the minutes associated with them and so forth, and see the commentary that was made by council on this. I think that's important to what might come forward in relationship to the development of those lease sites or Market Plaza or what have you. I mean, I think all of that comes into play. Yes.
Okay. And then the next question is for Eric. Eric, I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up on this. I was just kind of writing notes and it kind of evolved. So just in some of the questions about how you get to widening the sidewalks, things like that. And I was thinking as I was taking notes, something in the order of a lease incentive program. In other words, with this concept plan, and we wanted to, do the sidewalk widening for Harbor to Pacific, and all those leaseholders, if they, so many years with so much investment, that paid for the sidewalk and all those enhancements, and, kind of attaching how many years to how many dollars would that look like? Just, I know it's kind of a ballpark answer or question, but it's just a thought.
Not knowing what the exact cost would be to do a given linear foot of sidewalk, depending on, it would probably change depending on what was directly in front of your particular lease site, whether it was a full 12-foot sidewalk or whether there was a bulb out for truck parking or something, but
But I think
I could
more-
foresee some sort of an incentive program where we do amendments to the lease to incentivize each leaseholder to develop their own part of it.
and of
Certainly.
course, years would be added to their
Yeah,
lease.
it'd be commensurate with what level of development needed to get done there. Some
so
of
like,
them,
So like 5 years to extend, what would be worthwhile for, to get 5 years added to your lease? What, I mean, cost-wise, I mean, we have kind of general figures, but what would make it be worthwhile?
I'm looking to Rob or Scott to see if they could throw out a number, but
I would suggest that.
Not go into that?
We don't want to go into the numbers
Okay.
because really it's going to depend on the pro forma that the lessee is going to have
Okay.
to see what their costs are and what they can.
All right, general conversation, well, that's good.
I'm sure we could
Just throwing
develop
out
some sort of a
ideas there.
matrix or a policy program of some sort of parameters to build it around.
But
Okay.
depending on the size of the lease site, the frontage of the lease site, we have some general guidelines that we use that say if you do X number of $100,000 of improvement to your lease site, then, as you just noted,
Said 5 years, 10 years,
you
whatever.
might get 5 years on your lease.
Right, okay.
I mean, that's a great question because we actually have a lease site that's going to be coming forward, Gray's Inn. It's going to be coming to the council coming up here in the next meeting or two, and their lease was up, and so they had to come forward and propose improvements. But their facility's there. There's not really much to add. The only thing that they could really do to add value was to add all the public improvement pieces that go along with it. So it's almost the entirety of their project to extend their lease is public access components to provide the lateral access along the back of the facility and to provide vertical access from the street. And then they're doing a little bit of repair. I mean, that's it. So this would be like that. We'd have somebody that come along like that, and this would be added into the amount that they have to invest in the lease side. That could be the sidewalk in front. So
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Those are all my questions. I'll open for public comment. Erica Crawford, come on up, please. Welcome. And then Larry Truesdale.
Thank you, Mayor Irons, and a belated thank you to all who attended the installation dinner, and Mayor for introducing
you,
our honorees.
Erica.
Thank you. That was a lot of
awesome.
fun. So yes, the 2017 Chamber Board of Directors did meet and discuss this. It was might have been my fault, Connie. They did not vote. They just discussed these topics, and they did decide that this concept plan should move forward. They're excited about it. You can hear the enthusiasm in the room when we talk about these possibilities. So there is absolute excitement about that. I think knowing that this is a concept and that as things move forward and whomever is coming in will have to go in front of a planning commission and in front of possibly you as well, is, those are all points of interaction with the public that would be happening throughout the process. We like that. The chamber also kind of felt that it would require more detail on the parking. And I think what Councilmember Davis is bringing up kind of illuminates that. There are lots of different possibilities that could be coming up with the widening of the sidewalk. What the Chamber Board had discussed was a more holistic approach to this improvement. So that circulation pattern, parking, where would the cars be going? And then sort of people moving. We were looking at trolleys. Is there a route that could be established that would be getting people from one parking lot, whether it be the Triangle down to Tidelands, and then also bike lanes to get people moving all the way from North Morro Bay down to Tidelands and back. They like that a lot. Councilmember Heading, the dating concept. In my experience in the last year, discussing the parklet experience for some of our business owners on Main Street, that dating concept and that it puts a lot of pressure on the business owner. So if you're going to be doing a trial concept with one way down on the Embarcadero, what you're essentially asking is all of those business owners to have thousands of interactions throughout their busy season with customers who are asking, hey, why is this going on? Why is this so inconvenient? Why is this happening? And it does raise that stress level on staff for those businesses. So I'm wondering if and this is something we did kind of talk about in the board as well, is it better to just do it? Is it better to say, hey, this is what's happening, and then allow those businesses to do third-party billing and blame the city? I'm just kidding. So these are the concepts that we'd like to think through a little bit more before they were able to make any determination on that one way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Larry Truesdale.
Larry Truesdale. I'm a resident of Morro Bay. Thanks for the chance to speak to you, Mayor. City Council, and staff. The concept I'm basically in favor of. The part I thought was done really well was these community outreach planning sessions. I actually was able to participate in one. Just the timing was bad for some of the others, but they were really productive. These non-scientific small number surveys where you post something in some building or you go and talk to just a class in school, that's so irrelevant and can be so prejudiced. I wish we wouldn't see that. And it's not the first time I'm seeing this. Other things posted on the website of very small numbers of 200, 300 people. It's hard to get responses, but those numbers are coming in. They're not relevant. I like to see data that is more relevant. Looking at the plans are up here, it's clear that the concepts that are out there show parking on the Embarcadero going down. And in fact, I was looking at it and saying, why would I want to drive down there? I could not leave my car there. Got to go someplace like the Triangle Park or someplace else and then get there. And if I want to go down to where the aquarium's going to be or something, that's a long walk. We do have a trolley system. And matter of fact, maybe we should beef it up. You want to get people uptown and downtown? If you had a couple of those doing circles around, you could take them to the Triangle lot. People get on, I don't know, 25 cents, 10 cents. Don't charge a lot. People can hop on and off anytime they want. Or they get a day pass for $1. I don't know how you work it. All that's logistics. But you could cycle around. And that would argue very strongly in favor of the one-way stretch. Because what's going to go in there? People making deliveries. They have to make deliveries for those businesses to be viable. A parking structure on the Embarcadero, to me, is a no-go from day one. That property is too valuable. We need businesses. We need revenue. Taking the land and putting this big cement structure on it, it's just dead end. It's not generating revenues for the city. It's not making us more viable. I just can't see any way around it except we got to make transportation cheap and free. They're going to have hotels there. You're going to have to park someplace. Hey, hop on the trolley. That seems like a very reasonable thing to do. It's an expense for the city, but I bet it pays cheaper than cement construction and people monitoring parking lots and trying to collect fees. It just doesn't seem to be a really good way. So, in actual fact, walking the Embarcadero is a great thing for tourists, and we got a lot of it. If we just develop the east side as well, there'd be more businesses there. Let's not put parking structures in there. They're just undue expenses and lost revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. That concludes the speaker slips for public comment. I'm scanning the audience. Anybody interested? Seeing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Thanks for all the input. I'll start off with some comments on this as we move forward and deliberate and decide how we want to go through this. I'm in favor of the concept, and I would support the concept to include the staff report as one guiding document that includes the final comments that we've had tonight from both public and council. I think that kind of wraps it up. I will say that looking at other concepts that we've had in the city, it's as Scott, as you were saying, it's a concept. It gives us an idea of what we should be putting there. We're kind of leading the process. Without it, we would have development going there, and we would be wondering one spot at a time what those spaces might look like, and it would be very blotchy. It would not be cohesive. There'd be gaps, all the above. So to take this effort, being proactive, I'm in support of. I think it's been exciting and glad to be where we're at. Just as far as the project goes itself, there's a lot of things that's covered in the staff report. As far as the items that make it sensitive to kind of have it be cohesive and part of Morro Bay. And I think we heard that, the timbers were one of those things, all those different things that, try to soften things that make it unique to Morro Bay. I would say when I look at the concept, I see the pier that extends out. Instinctively I look at that and I think there's eelgrass out there. I know it's concept, not sure that that's really going to be there, but those are comments there. The trolley, as far as enhancing the trolley system, I'm in favor of the one-way myself, specifically from Harbor to Pacific, and that way because I think there's a natural quick loop there. So I'm in favor of the one-way part of that. The parking, just to respond to some of the comments in parking, there's a development, and Scott, you might be able to help me. I think, is it Princeton at Half Moon Bay? Is that the name of the place in Half Moon Bay? There's a development there where all the parking is underground. So so there's both the hotel, retail there. So so they were able to accommodate some parking without and taking advantage of the use of the valuable space. So just a comment there. And then did the one-way loop. Oh, and then if we were to consider a pilot program, one thing that came to mind was this last year at the League of California Cities Conference, there's always a keynote speaker, and can't remember his name, but it was Build a Better Block. And you can just Google it and you'll see it. So basically very, very innovative, dynamic guy that decided he wanted to build a better block in his community, and he was able to do pilots and using all types of different material. So I would just ask if we were going to consider that, visit that. And there's some great ideas on how you can do a pilot. You could set it up, take it down. It's not just striping. You could put planters. There's all kinds of things. So I'm just throwing that out there. But I'm willing to, make a motion to adopt the concept that includes the staff report. And those are my remarks. And I'd look to Matt.
Scott, love the presentation. Very good job. Really appreciated the thoroughness of it and the involvement of the community. I too, just like Jamie, I'm totally in support of this. So it's very exciting knowing the different RFPs coming forward. So thank you.
Red.
I'm ready to move forward with the concept as well. I'm encouraged that 75% of the respondents were in favor of proceeding with it. Also, for the same reason, I would support two-way traffic because we have a 60-40 vote to do that. I really, really want consistent sidewalk width for the whole length of the project. And I think the mayor's idea to incentivize the leaseholders is a great way to do it. And as the leaseholders bring forward their renewal projects, I would favor projects that enhance water views and don't block water views. So I think our harbor is our greatest asset. So.
Thanks. John?
Thank you. I support the concept as well and would second your motion. I agree with the leasehold improvements and with Councilman Davis's comments about trying to move this forward as quickly as possible with regard to the sidewalk widening. And so the development of incentive programs I would support as well if there were possibilities to do that. I think there's a unique opportunity now in that you have 3 leasehold sites that are coming up right now, which is very unusual at one time. Therefore, the funding of this project can and should be significantly borne by those leasehold improvement issues, and the timing there is very good. I support the downtown transportation plan and Mr. Truesdale's comments about more trolley action down there, whatever we can do to have some transportation available at low cost to folks, not only there but in the downtown area and maybe even further. I would support as well. So I will second your motion, and I want to thank R&M Design for great work on getting the concept done. and taking all the input and getting it redone and doing a significantly great job of developing this concept. And so I've already thanked staff as well, and I appreciate the time and effort, and thanks to the community for your input.
Thanks. Marlos?
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to be the lone vote out here that's not going to support the concept. And I'm going to give you a few reasons. First of all, I feel very uncomfortable moving forward with any kind of a concept plan when I have no idea what it might cost. And I'm sensitive to cost, and even though we are talking about a public-private partnership, my guess is that the public, us, are going to have to put some money into it. So before I would be comfortable with moving forward, and I assume that adopting means we adopt this concept. And the concept is an amphitheater, and it's a staircase and a slide, and it's an elevator, and it's a pier, and I fully support widening the sidewalks. I think that's a wonderful idea. But I think the timing is wrong. I think we need to focus on the market plaza, what people are going to be drawn to. I really am concerned that this concept will actually keep people on the Embarcadero and will not achieve the goal that was originally set for this project, which is to bring people up. So I honestly think that the DeStasio property and how that might, whoever might want to buy that property might want to have, if they're going to start paying us to make improvements, might want to have sufficient or a lot of input into how they're going to change that building, and I'm not sure that it might fit in with this particular concept. I also think that it's really important to know what we're going to do with the cars before we move forward with this, because I know how much traffic there is there now, and I know that it's hard to park now, and it seems to me we need to solve that before we understand if we should have one-way or two-way or bulb outs or whatever. I'd like to see that plan done before we move forward. I personally don't like the idea of the amphitheater, and this is because of the weather in Morro Bay. It's windy, and the wind comes from the northwest, and it hits you right in the face where exactly that amphitheater is. So I'm not convinced that people are going to sit there during a play and watch it, or a musical event. It just doesn't seem like the right location for that to me. So I'm not sure what adopt means versus accept. I would certainly say let's accept this plan, and let's accept all of the work that's been done and all of the public input that's been given. But I wouldn't hold it as hard and fast to give to a developer and say, this is the concept, this is the way we want to complete this part of our city. So those are my comments.
Okay, great. I don't know if there's any other dialogue or response to some of Marlos's, or if you're good with that, and we can.
No, I'm good with
Okay, good. I'll just make some comments, Marlos, if you don't mind.
No,
just
not at all.
Yeah. My view of adopting the concept basically is just setting the groundwork for what that can look like as development occurs. I understand some of the questions on, the total costs and all that, but it's focused primarily to be public-private, so as development occurs, the private portion of that is what funds it. And as I was trying to say earlier, that without this, as development occurs, you don't have a real strong input on what those spaces will look like. They will happen one piece at a time, and it doesn't allow for a real cohesive plaza. So those are my only thoughts, and so I appreciate that. And I think I made a motion to adopt with the concept that would include the staff report and all the attachments as part of the adoption to inform the concept. And Councilmember Heading, we've got a second on that. And we'll start there, and then I think we have a question on one-way or two-way. But with that, that's the motion and the second. And any further discussion?
I would just echo Marlis's idea that we should not, I would not want to commit any public funds to building any part of this project. That a public-private partnership to me means that the private sector puts up all the money.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Matt? No? John?
Thank you. And just to expand on other public-private partnerships that I've seen, in this case, I think, again, I'm just going to expand on the unique opportunity. You have 3 leasehold sites that are being developed either independently or possibly together, and that gives us significant opportunity for funding a project like this, and the public piece is probably, or usually I should say, involves the concession of either leasehold time or other concessions as opposed to dollars. And so just a clarification in my mind of what it means. And so thank you for that opportunity. Ready to call a question if...
Great. Marlis, discussion or all good?
No, I think I don't think I have anything to add.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll call the question. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. And as requested, there's a question on whether or not one-way or two-way was preferred. Open for discussion on that as far as which direction council wants to give some level of input on that. And Matt, you want to lead off on that?
In terms of the traffic, I think it starts for me with the sidewalk question. The widening of the sidewalks uniformly down the road in terms of enhancing pedestrian involvement. But in terms of this first phase, perhaps I think the two-way is better, simply because the learning curve with this, when and if it comes about, is going to be a steep one with the history of Morro Bay. And so with that, I think widening, I'm more satisfied if we can widen those sidewalks. We go with two-way, and perhaps later on down the road, I can see, somebody, wanting to do that. So that's my comments.
Sure. Okay. Red?
I agree with Matt. Incremental moves. I support
Okay.
two-way.
John?
I agree.
Okay. Marlis?
I also think two-way would be better for moving forward with this.
Okay. So I'll make a motion that we had adopt a two-way traffic plan at this point.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second by Mr. Davis. And then any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? No. Motion carries 4-1. You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
And yes, that was 4-1. I voted no. I know I made the motion, and I know it was seconded, and I knew where it was all going. I just wanted to vote I'm just giving my information. I know everybody was in the two-way. I was just saying, hey, I'm good with the one-way. So I came out one way. So that was my final discussion. Does that make sense now? Okay.
It does.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, can I just maybe a little bit of council discussion on this? So I heard a incrementally, and I heard an at this time, and I'm not sure if the council just said never consider one way in the future, or we're not ready for one way now, but if there's just because it may come up as we're having discussions with leaseholders and those things, and I'm comfortable either way. I'm not trying to.
And just for the sake of conversation, I'm comfortable with the vote, and I'm also comfortable with the information that's here, because there's information from the Planning Commission. Yes, changes one-way pilot. Another one, yes, one way. So we have information in the document that both says, hey, we're okay with one way and two way. And I think it'll inform it as we go forward. Those are just my thoughts, because I feel as though the process will work out. If you want something more definitive, we're glad to have more conversation on that.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is that I want to go two-way now, but I recognize that nothing is forever, and we may decide at some point in the future, or a new council may decide.
Okay, all right, good. Can we just take another short recess and come back at 9:10? And then we'll be right back, and then we'll get started on the next one. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. Item C3 is the summary of Proposition 64 and direction from council for further action. This is a staff report that for us by our city attorney, Mr. Panoni, and our deputy city manager, Ikani, and I'll just leave it at that. Thanks very much. Ikani,
you're not going to try my last name, Mayor?
No, I'm not going to go through the last
All
name.
right.
I'm just going to stick with Ikani.
No worries. Maybe one day.
Sometimes I try, though.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, thank you for the opportunity. As mentioned, worked with Joe Panone on this Prop 64 measure, and it was fun. So he'll keep me in line if I'm sharing any false information here, but I'll try to keep this brief, simple. My goal is by the end of this presentation, you'll be experts on Prop 64. So hold me to it, because
Okay.
I think we can make this happen.
Okay.
So this first slide, basically what it shows is Morro Bay City, elections happened November 8th. Prop 64 was passed 67%, 2/3, and Measure J passed 71%. Dana, we were talking about this, and we said, Prop 64, Morro Bay loves it 67%, but they don't love marijuana as much as they love streets, because Measure J has to do with redoing your streets and transportation. Just wanted to share this with you, as you know, Morro Bay, the city, passed Prop 64. That you understand, this is quite a conundrum, as the federal laws. Marijuana is an illegal substance under federal law. The state has it as now Prop 64 has happened, and this is something very interesting for local government. So there's several ways to view this. And I just wanted to let you know that here it is. Residents comes down to the local level, and now it's time for you to make your decision on what needs to happen. So moving forward, the questions we want to ask basically is what you see in the staff report. Really, these 6 questions is looking for direction on these 6 things that you see on the PowerPoint and in your staff report. Cultivation indoor, cultivation outdoor, regulating non-medical marijuana businesses, updating the current land use plan. So basically, if you do allow commercial non-medical, where do you want it, or do you not want it at all in any of the zones? Taxation, number 5, and revisiting existing restrictions regarding medical marijuana. So before we can understand Prop 64, and before we dive in, just really want to help you understand pre-Prop 64, what happened. September 2015, MRSA, Medical Marijuana Regulation Safety Act, was passed in the state. Basically, when that happened, that allowed our city council in January 2016 reflected municipal Muni Code 906 to reflect the MRSA. Basically, what that means is what's allowed today is medical marijuana could be cultivated, used pursuant to 906 with a doctor's card, no limits on amount. Basically, you have to have a license. You have to have a doctor's note, and it has to be medical. If it's not, then it's not allowed in the city. That's pre 64. Now 64 has happened. Elections, right after elections, November 9th. What is allowed? Day after this legalized non-medical use of marijuana by persons 21 and over. Legalized personal cultivation of up to 6 plants. Local government, we're not allowed to ban this. If you wanted to grow plants, 6 plants, we're not allowed to ban it, but we can reasonably regulate. And what that means is up to you to decide. But we can't ban growing 6 plants. And fourth, the state will be the regulatory and licensing governing body watching over this. So this is from the state. So Prop 64, there's a few ways to look at this. We're going to look at the personal non-medical marijuana use. So Prop 64, we refer to it as Adult Use of Marijuana Act. So AUMA is the acronym. This allows you to smoke or ingest marijuana products for people 21 and over. Prohibits smoking in any public place. So you can possess, transport, purchase, obtain, or give away, but basically what they're, in number 3, they're trying to help you understand is on the personal use, you can have this on you, nothing's going to happen, you just can't sell it. It's not a commercial use, this is still under personal use, and there's this weight threshold. So if you have 28.5 grams of marijuana, you can have up to 28.5 grams of marijuana or 8 grams of concentrated marijuana on personal use. And of course, that magical number of 6 living marijuana plants indoors. What that means is it could be a house, an apartment unit, mobile home, or other similar dwelling units. This also includes a greenhouse or another unit that may not be attached to the house. So it doesn't have to be connected to the house. So if you own the apartment building and you have 20 units, you can grow 6 plants in 20 units. So 20 times 6, and that's how many plants you can have. So if you have a 4-plex, 6 times 4, you can grow up to those. It just has to be a legal residence. It has to have a building permit. It can't be a tree house, and you put 6 plants in a tree house. And that's under the personal non-medical marijuana use. Now, commercial non-medical marijuana activity. The Bureau of Marijuana Control, BMC, would be the state regulatory system which would govern the industry from seed to sale. So basically, from A to Z, they would control all this. The state, this is where it starts, where we need to understand dates. So the state must begin issuing license by January 1st, 2018. The reason why that date is so important is if you decide that you want to set up an ordinance and you want to do certain bans, we need to get in front of the state January 1st, 2018, with whatever that measure is. It's not the end of the world if we don't get in front of the state, but what that means is if we're late on this and they give out the first license, and they don't have to give out the first state license January 1st. They said they could do it sometime at the end of 2017. That's what they're telling us, but they're saying they have to give it by January 1st. And so what happens is if we don't have an ordinance up that's updated by the time they give out the first state license and a Morro Bay commercial non-medical marijuana business goes to the state and we don't have an ordinance set up, then they're going to take our silence as approval, and he'll have 1 year. We come out, so what that means is he'll just have 1 year. That business will have 1 year. And when we renew, or when we come up finally with our updated ordinance, then when he has to renew, that's when he'll have to come under our ordinance. So I just wanted to give you a heads up. So that's really when we talk about a time clock, that's our time clock, January 1st, 2018, to have something in place, or preferably sometime before the end of 2017. So the state is a licensing authority. They may not issue a license to a commercial non-medical marijuana business if such operation violates local ordinance. So we just kind of went over that. Permissive zoning code, not sufficient. So the interesting thing with Proposition 64, it differs from EMERSA. So just because we have a permissive zoning code doesn't mean that it's sufficient. So basically, if the reason why that is because Prop 64 designates non-medical marijuana as an agricultural product. So what that means is if the city's permissive zoning code authorizes agricultural uses, the city may be precluded from arguing that marijuana is prohibited. So basically, we have to, if you want to put a ban on our zoning standards, and we want to put some planning regulations in there, we have to express it and not just rely on, just because it's not mentioned in the ordinance, we're fine. But what they're basically saying is to make sure, you better make sure you mention it in the plan regulations, and also adopt the ordinance and adopt that in the planning regulations as well. So 2 things to consider there. Deliveries from outside the jurisdiction. Let's say City Council, you ban medical marijuana in the city. You can't close city streets for transportation of non-medical marijuana through. So if you're City B, in the middle between City A and C, you can't close your streets to that. So we can't have our cops, preventing them from closing public roads to that. But if we ban it, we can prevent deliveries from within city limits happening within city limits. So we just can't allow it to pass through. We can't prevent them from passing through in our city. New state taxes, Prop 64. Prop 64 doesn't preempt local taxation. However, we're not able, so the personal 6 marijuana plants, we can't, they are tax exempt. And medical marijuana, state or local taxes, you're not able to do any state or local taxes on medical marijuana. Besides that, if you allowed commercial non-medical marijuana, then 2, 3, and 4, is a possibility. So effective January 1st, 2018, AUMA imposes an excise tax rate of 15%. Um, 15% of gross retail sales tax. This tax is in addition to existing state local sales tax, which typically local sales tax can range from 7 to 10%. So that's in addition to that, which could reach up to a cumulative level of 25% of local sales tax, in addition to the excise tax. Also, if we allow cultivation, outdoor cultivation for commercial, there's the $9.25 per dry weight ounce on all flowers and $2.75 dry weight ounce. So that's some of the new state taxes if you were to go down that road. All right, so just comparing, we like to see what cities are doing around us. City of Carmel is proposing, they already came to Planning Commission January 11th, 17. They're putting a ban on all commercial non-medical marijuana in all zoning districts in the city. No outdoor cultivation All processing smells or aromas generated by the growing or processing of any marijuana shall be contained to the residents, and unlawful to use or consume non-medical marijuana on public property. This is what they're proposing going to City Council next. Pismo, on January 17th, they went to City Council. Marijuana ordinance introduced. No marijuana manufacturing, processing, testing, labeling, storing, wholesale, and retail distribution. Number 2, no outdoor cultivation. That's what Pismo is doing. So, conclusion, really revisiting the 6 questions that we're asking in the staff report, looking for direction from City Council on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I think the most important thing also, in addition to direction on 1 through 6 from City Council, is how would you like us to do public outreach as you're trying to figure out what you want to do with 1 through 6? How do we reach out to the public? How does that look in your eyes? How do we do it the right way? So seeking your direction, City Council. I don't know if you have any questions, but we're happy to answer.
Okay. Thanks very much, Ikani. With that, we'll open it up for questions before public comment. I only have 1 speaker slip for this item, so just in case there's anybody else who's interested. With that, John, would you lead us off on questions for this?
Thank you, Ikani, for your presentation, and thank you, Mr. Panone, as it's pronounced, I just learned, for your evaluation and your report. First question is, what happens if the DEA decides to enforce Schedule I status of marijuana in a local jurisdiction that has sanctioned dispensing for personal use?
If the federal government decides to enforce their prohibition of marijuana, the federal government will come in and arrest people. But there won't be any liability in the city for approving what the state allows you to approve.
That was my next question. Thank you. Did I understand you to say that, I thought I heard you say it's 6 plants per dwelling? So personally, if I own a 20-apartment building, unoccupied, I can cultivate and maintain 6 times the individual quantity allowed?
Yes.
It's
that's what it seems to say. There are some cities and city attorneys who feel that there's also the ability for a city to act reasonable and not allow 120 plants in a particular property. So maybe through zoning, there'd be a way to say it can only be in so many units or something like that. But the very active supporters of Prop 64 would take the position that yes, if you're a human being and you are in an apartment unit, you can grow 6 and all of your neighbors can grow 6.
I guess maybe if I owned it and the 20 apartments were unoccupied, can I grow my own plus 6 times 20?
No.
That was the implication.
But that was really clever. But
okay. I get it now. That clarifies it. Can you tell me, it says on page 45 of 52, agencies may not adopt or enforce bans on private indoor cultivation for up to 6 living non-medical marijuana plants, but may impose prerequisites to doing so in the form of a reasonable regulatory scheme. Can you tell me what that means?
That would mean you could require ventilation systems, you could require certain electrical needs, you could require certain kinds of lighting, you could require certain water uses, you could require certain fire protection, so you could regulate it as you could any building operation.
Okay. Great, that's very helpful. From the state tax, will local jurisdictions derive anything? Is there anything that flows down to us?
So are you talking about the
15% sales tax?
Yeah.
Is it going to flow just like regular sales tax does to us?
So there
15.
are.
Sorry, go ahead.
There are grant opportunities. So from the excise, from the research, and maybe Joe can help me with this, but I know that there are some grant opportunities. But in order to get the grants from state funds, you have to allow outdoor cultivation, and you have to allow commercial non-medical marijuana businesses, and you're able to get these grant funds. Nobody knows how much you're getting, and these funds are limited. They're saying, California Leagues of Cities are saying that these funds will last about 6 to 8 years, if that, for that.
I should be clear, the excise tax of 15%, that does not flow to us, or does that? Some of that, I mean, not obviously all of it.
That's not my understanding. And the money needs to be used even by the state for not necessarily everything the state would want to use it for. So it's sort of restricted cash flow.
Right, Ed.
Yeah, okay.
But the city could impose a city tax.
Yeah.
Right, I understand that. But, and I was going there, thank you, Dave, for that. But of the 15% mandated by the state, that's an excise tax, none of that is going to flow to the city. Am I correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. None of the $2.75 per ounce of leaves or $9.25 per ounce of flowers is going to flow to local jurisdictions, correct?
Not directly. There may be programs that the state creates to assist with law enforcement or something that you may get it that way, but it's not going to flow to you like sales tax does.
What's the maximum if the city of Morro Bay allowed the dispensing for personal use, through whatever means? What's the maximum tax the city could impose on such entities, or is there a maximum?
I think it's 10%.
10% is the maximum? And would all of that tax flow directly to the city?
Yes, it would be a city tax.
And it must be used for the defined uses as noted?
I actually don't remember if the city
like Prop
tax
218?
No, Prop 218, the Prop 218 tax that's adopted can be used for anything.
Okay.
Should note that Grover Beach, that's what Grover Beach passed, was a 10% tax on recreational marijuana and a 5% city tax on medical.
That flows directly to them, Dave?
I know that's what they were proposing. Was I'll have to go back and look, but yes, that would be a city tax, which would come 100% to the city.
Okay. Thank you. That's all of the questions I have.
Marlis?
Could you just refresh for me exactly what our current ordinance is for medical marijuana?
It doesn't allow dispensaries. It expressly doesn't allow brick and mortar dispensaries. It doesn't allow cultivation. It doesn't allow sale. It doesn't allow any use of non-medical marijuana. For medical marijuana, except as permitted if you have a medical marijuana card and you have that from the doctor, and you can possess and smoke it, not in public areas, smoke it, because the state requires you to allow that. So under the city's law, the city law prohibits all cultivation, all dispensing, and of all kinds of marijuana, and allows, the city's code doesn't allow it, but the city can't prevent someone who has a medical marijuana card from having marijuana, possessing marijuana and using it.
They just couldn't get it here.
Correct.
Right. So they'd have to go somewhere else. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thanks, Marlis. Matt?
I think this is becoming clearer. So, looking at the 6 recommendations you're making here, Connie, we could, as council, we can pick and choose among your recommendations. Say, for instance, we wanted to allow brick and mortar medical co-ops and not recreational such brick and mortars. We could differentiate.
Yeah, so Matt, just want to make the clarification that these are more of questions than recommendations, and we're just looking for direction. So just wanted to clarify that.
Got it. Okay, okay, that's totally cool.
Yeah.
I'm fine, because my questions, then you just
Okay,
clarify.
perfect.
So, okay, so we could do that. So we could, and if we decided to go to the medical side of things, we could denote brick and mortar and/or delivery services, and would those delivery services be able to come in from outside of the city?
Yes, you could write an ordinance to allow that.
Okay. And within that same ordinance, we would then be able to say, for recreational purposes, no.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
and then, go ahead.
Not, you can't say no to recreational use, and you can't say no to cultivation of 6 plants indoors. You can say no to outdoor cultivation, and you can say no to, you don't have to say no to more than 6, because the state says they can only have 6.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
But you could say no to non-medical distribution.
No, you made it very clear, Joe, thank you. And then my last question, in terms of coming up with any sort of ordinance or understanding, is, would we make a motion that we move ahead on this, and could we denote something like the planning commission to come up with the different minutia to guide this sort of, because I don't know if we're going to come up with a totally prepared plan. Is that where it would go, or would it go to staff if we said, yeah, we want to move ahead with this? How would it go?
Let me just hop in, and this is exactly the kind of discussion that we wanted to generate. So as Connie noted, nothing in here is a recommendation. This is a first presentation to the City Council of what the various issues you may want to wrestle with now. And we're in the process of providing some detail on what things you could do, but we're not looking for you this evening to decide to go one direction or the other on any of these things, but really just to start the conversation. The primary thing that we're interested in is, in order to help achieve our objective on our 2017 goals of, after this passes, to have a robust community discussion on this, is what does that mean? How would the council like us to proceed? So like you just said, planning commission, rec and parks, community workshops, any specific things that you want us to, ways you want us to approach this. And then if you start to give some direction on things to bring back to you at a certain time, then that would be great too. But we don't have to get any specific, I think we should go this direction on outdoor cultivation, or this direction on storefront, retail storefront for recreational use.
Okay, got it. And that was, okay, thanks.
The only thing I'd like to add is, however, if the 5 of you have a really strong feeling collectively tonight on you don't want to allow X, it'd be great to let us know that too.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And you hit it on, that was my last comment, was in terms of outreach. Because right now, catching us like this and then doing a community outreach, and that's, you answered it. Thank you, Dave. That's all my questions.
Red.
Does the state have any standard for what marijuana intoxication is, and a way of testing for it, and a way of saying this level is, up to this level is okay, and beyond this level is a violation?
No.
There's just nothing.
Correct.
So as it stands, There's nothing illegal about operating a motor vehicle under the influence of marijuana. Is that correct?
No, that is illegal. How they determine whether what you're doing is harmful and a problem, I don't know how they're going to do that, but that's one of the problems all police departments are struggling with. But it's still illegal to be driving a vehicle loaded. How loaded you have to be before you are, well, there's no way to test if someone's loaded. I mean, I suppose you can talk to them and probably know, but there's no test or number for someone to know whether or not they've had too much. There's someone checking them that had too much.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so it looks as if 2/3 of our voters say it's okay for personal use. So the big question that I see that's left for us to work on is regulation of commercial activities, regulation and taxation. Is that kind of the nutshell of it?
That's your call. I could understand why you would conclude that.
Well, let me ask it.
But you have authority. You have
Okay, Connie, you presented the analysis.
Yeah.
Would that be the crux of your analysis?
Ask the question. What was the question again? Sorry, Red.
That 2/3 of our voters approve of personal cultivation and use of marijuana. The big question left for our government, our local government to decide is whether we want to regulate and tax commercial use.
So I would say that to a certain extent, the 67% approved the number 1 through 6. Could be some type of indoor cultivation. I mean, Prop 64 is so big, we don't know why they voted to the 67% approved. So I guess what I'm saying is it's a big question you're asking, and so how I would respond to your question is we have to take numbers 1 through 6 and really ask the public, okay, we can't ban number 1, which is personal cultivation. You're allowed 6 plants, but we can reasonably regulate. How does that look for us, the public? Does that mean we charge a permit fee, or you can't have a neighbor that grows? I don't know. I don't even know where to start. I'm just throwing that out. So
yeah.
There's my response.
If I could, so personal cultivation for medical use was already okay. Personal cultivation for recreational use, 6 plants, we can provide appropriate regulation, is now okay. Generally, yes, the things on the table for the city council to decide are, do you want to tax and regulate cultivation for medical use? Do you want to tax and regulate cultivation for recreational use? Do you want to allow commercial sales for recreational use and tax and regulate that? Just to help with the conversation, so this is what Grover Beach passed at the last election. Excuse me. So in Grover Beach sort of got ahead of was very proactive on this, put onto the ballot for the November, this past election, that Grover Beach will adopt an ordinance establishing an annual commercial cannabis tax on medical at 5% of gross receipts, on non-medical businesses where permissible by law at 10% of gross receipts, on cultivation and nurseries, and they used a square footage of cultivation space as the rubric of taxation. Will not sunset, may be adjusted by CPI. So that's notes how they taxed and regulated. At least this is the tax part. The regulation part did not have to go to a vote of the people. But you can adopt regulating ordinances that are appropriate without going to the vote. But what we do need a vote of the people to impose the tax on those three areas: cultivation. Medical marijuana businesses at 5%, recreational marijuana businesses at 10%, and cultivation at a rate to be determined by square footage.
Councilmember Davis, also, were you done? Another consideration is the 67% passed Proposition 64, which itself included provisions that gave you, as a city council, authority to ban commercial or permit commercial, ban dispensaries or permit dispensaries, tax or not tax. So that's why I was saying it's really up to you on what you want to do.
And that's what I want to do, is I want to simplify the choices that we present during our outreach, because there are just so many permutations inherent in these six items that
that's as simple as we could make the options. That's six.
Yeah. Okay, so I would look for the same kind of robust outreach that we did with the Centennial Parkway project, but
we're still in questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll stop.
Okay, good, thanks. I'll just ask a few. I'll get back to public comment after questions. The one question I have is, I just want to dial some things in. 6 plants are allowed indoor. So if a resident...
6 plants are allowed indoors or outdoors unless you prohibit outdoors.
Okay, so indoors, as an example, so we were saying an apartment building that has 3 apartments, all 3 of those apartments could grow 6 plants.
Each units.
As of today, yes.
So is there any provisions in there to protect housing? I mean, to me, I'm looking at this thinking, are we in jeopardy of apartments or secondary units being used to cultivate indoor because we don't? I mean, do we have no provisions to protect for that?
So if you're the property owner
for personal use.
So if it's a private property and you're the property owner and you own the apartment and you don't want it, then it's a landlord tenant. It comes down to the contract. So
I understand that part, but realistically, if there's no provisions for that, I mean, whether it's a landlord tenant, I guess the question is, you could potentially be displacing people out of an apartment or something because it's being used for cultivating.
Even because people want to leave because they have the odors. The people that were living there next door to the person who's growing are getting odors and they want to leave? I'm not sure.
No, as an example, you have a secondary unit and you don't want to grow it in your house, and you say, well, I'm going to grow it in the secondary unit. I'm going to just, then you're going to possibly.
You mean if you owned an apartment building? No, this goes to, I think, Councilmember Heading's question. If you had an apartment building with 20 units,
yeah,
you could still only, and you didn't have any tenants, you could still only grow 6 plants. You personally couldn't grow 6 plants in 20 units.
Okay, same thing for resident then. So you have 2 houses on a duplex or something like that. Are you going to
still only get 6 plants
because it's one parcel? So there we go. So is it a parcel?
No. You and your wife could each grow 6 plants, unless you pass a regulation that says it's 6 plants per parcel. That's part of the regulation you could do.
Okay.
So that one of the limiting factors is by the number of people involved. That was the point where it just happened, that if you had an apartment building with 20 apartments, but it's just you and your wife, you can only grow 12 because it's limited by the number of who you're cultivating for. It's not based on how many independent apartments or houses that you own.
So, Dave, it's based on dwelling units. So if you had you and your wife in one unit, it would only be 6 plants for that one unit.
So it is.
It's dwelling units.
We could regulate it towards a parcel, is what you're saying.
So
I think we confuse it. It's probably based on both number of dwelling units and number of people.
Okay.
If you and your wife had 30 dwelling units in an apartment building and 28 of them were unoccupied, you could still only grow 12 because it's 6 per individual, but there's also a dwelling unit limitation.
There's probably more to get in this. I know we don't have to dive into this. It's just I'm registering my concern. I'll go into public comment and then our discussion to go forward with this. Thanks for that. So we have one speaker slip for this, Adam Pinteritz. I hope I pronounced that correctly, for public comment. Anybody else for public comment on this? No? Okay.
And I appreciate the effort. I know it's not the easiest name to pronounce. It's Pinteritz. Thank you.
Oh, Pinteritz. Thank you.
So my name is Adam Pinteritz. I am the Director of Government and Community Relations at Ethnobotanica. We are the only provider of organic and clean, green, sustainably certified medication on the Central Coast. And we also happen to have a compassionate care program providing discounts to member patients with financial difficulty. I want to thank the Honorable Council members, the city staff, and residents for being here tonight to begin pursuit of a robust discussion on how to implement cannabis regulations to best serve this community. I deeply respect that you're pursuing such a robust discussion. I do ask to clarify 2 critical points, and after reading the report ahead of this, I had a lengthy discussion with our Chief Financial Officer. She clarified in terms of the tax question and any question of whether or not medical is exempt from tax. She clarified we are not exempt, we do pay taxes, and we're very glad to pay taxes. We want to be good corporate citizens and pay our fair share. Secondly, and more importantly, there are key distinctions between medicinal versus recreational cannabis. And I urge you to consider the needs of patients in obtaining their medication under existing, well-working state regulations before wrestling with the challenges of implementing recreational uses. And again, I really respect that you're taking that on in a very comprehensive manner, but I ask you to consider the needs of patients first. I would like to briefly share 3 foreseeable narratives which gave me the urgency to join you tonight. The first one being you have the opportunity to craft regulations to ensure the interests of your community are met and allow professionals to operate here and generate substantial revenue for you. However, this opportunity is not unique to Morro Bay. Cities across the Central Coast are already in the process of capturing large shares of the cannabis markets, both medicinal and recreational. On the opposite end of the policy spectrum, some cities are leaving hastily passed bans in place, thereby leaving individuals to cultivate on their own under Prop 64 provisions, or else leaving impure black market cannabis to have a niche to thrive in and producing little or no public revenues at all. It would be regrettable for an early adopter city like Morro Bay, which opened its arms to medicinal cannabis patients over a decade ago, to lament missed or diminished opportunities for revenue. I wholeheartedly support the city's endeavor to continue a robust discussion. As I said, I urge you to consider the needs of patients first and then wrestle with all the other issues of recreational so that patients can get the access that they need. But also, again, so that in the long term, as whether or not you decide to implement recreational, that's done in a way that works for this community. We at Ethnobotanica are ready to apply for a site that meets all state guidelines for a medical dispensary. And I'd be happy to provide you with more information, and thank you for your time. And if I may, this is a supplemental info binder.
Thank you. Appreciate bringing that. Thanks very much. Not seeing any more interest in this for public comment, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to council for discussion. And Mr. Heading, you want to start us off on discussion?
Sure. At first blush, no pun intended, there's a lot of information, I think, for the council to absorb. And I thought I came in here very clear with regard to the regulations and understanding of cannabis sativa, and I'm a little confused now, not because of anything that staff has done, but it's a bit much to take in all at once. And so before a robust community conversation occurs, I think a robust council conversation needs to occur. And I believe that Mr. Pannoni's group might have an expert within it that could come and assist us. Not that you're certainly not up
Actually,
on things, but
your assistant city attorney is.
That's correct, yes, Chris, and could help clarify maybe some of the further questions that we have and give us a better understanding of the implications and allow us as a council to take in, no pun intended, what we have heard tonight and do some personal research, no pun intended, with regard to the information presented to really try to gain a solid understanding. I think there are implications here above and beyond taxation that have to do with concerns as a medical individual, obviously, that I have, not so much for medical use, but on the recreational side. And I'm not going to get into that right now. But I would like us to consider, I hate to add another study session, but a study session, because I think we should operate from as much knowledge as we possibly can. I'd like to also personally see some of the other cities that have allowed it and exactly what ordinances they have passed, as well as contact the League of Cities and ask them either to come and be part of that and or gain some of their information. And after that educational process, consider taking specifics to the community that we may want to based upon good information and good decision making. So that's my feeling at present. Thank you.
Thank you. Marlos?
Yeah, I agree with you, John. That's kind of where I'm coming down too. I think we've got two different approaches we can take. One, we can ban, and that's what some cities have done, or we can regulate and tax. And so those are two very different avenues, and I would like to get some sense of what other cities have done who have done both of those, what their experience has been. And I know, it's been, we've had, or I should say, Colorado and Washington, and I'm not sure how many other states, have had recreational use of marijuana now for quite some time, and they would have a lot of experience, I'm sure, both in knowing what it's like to take one approach or the other. And so I would like to do some research on my own, or if, I don't know if we could ask staff to do that, but I think I need to know more. I agree, before we go to the city residents and try to get their opinion about how to move.
Matt?
Likewise, I agree in terms of perhaps a bit more information in terms of coming to us, council, whether it's the outreach with legal assistance. But I think we also have a track record here in town going back 10, 12 years that we have a sizable part of the population that is interested. And I'll put to the side the recreational aspect of legal marijuana now, but just the medical side of it. We have a track record here in town. We have a lot of folks that are interested in it, and they've been pushed to the illegal side of it. And now being able to make this legal and bringing a sense of comfort to them. And then if we can regulate it in such a way and in this conversation that we could have, come up with a way of deriving some sort of taxation and delineating between the medical use of it and the recreational use of it. I'm definitely in favor of moving forward with that. And the first step in that is us learning more and then doing community outreach.
Red.
I would be interested in looking at models of other cities' ordinances in the area of regulation for both recreational and medical. And also, if we can, get some experiential stories from Colorado that has a lot of time and experience.
Great. Thanks, Red. Just going by the list, I would support coming back and having, another bit of discussion on this, but with my notes, I'll just go through my notes on how I started out with this and go through the list. And basically, I just approach this as the list of 6 items are kind of the foundational things that we need to deal with. And so however we choose to do that, that's kind of the outline in which we should be addressing the situation. So with that, the personal cultivation, which is the first one on there, I think all of these need to be gone through with a robust outreach, and we'll be able to decipher what would best suit Morro Bay. But I'll give you my thoughts on regulate versus prohibit, and I would support banning personal cultivation outdoors, regulating indoors as well. And I'm interested to understand what the consequences are. Have we really thought about this? Is there really the potential that 6 plants cultivated in an apartment could displace somebody? I'm just interested in that and how we could make sure that we're protecting that. The personal cultivation of non-medical marijuana outdoors, there again, same as above as far as the personal cultivation. So whether it's non-medical or medical, the personal cultivation outdoors, I would support banning altogether. Regulate indoors, and really, as I see this, the Prop 64 is really driving the medical marijuana because Prop 64 has been approved. From non-medical marijuana, I would be in support of regulating. I have a question mark. I know there's been discussion on that. Liquor licenses, there's going to be all kinds of discussion, zoning next to schools, all kinds of things. So who knows what that would look like. Current land use regulations for non-medical and medical marijuana operations. I just put in there, see the same as my cultivation remarks. But I'm just trying to give you a head start on what I was looking at. And I want to thank, and I'm thankful for the list of 6 items here to start with. Local taxes, yes, and support the parameters that are within the Prop 218. But obviously, what we really don't. Interestingly, there's no way to predict the consequences of all this, and though we might be thinking about taxes for this, the consequences could very well be costly from just police resources, social impacts as well. So it's interesting. There shouldn't be any question about taxation on this. And then number 6, existing restrictions regarding medical marijuana cultivation and storefront and mobile dispensing. My note in there is just this is part of the outreach, and what does the community want for a brick and mortar type of dispensary? Because so we've not allowed the medical marijuana dispensary, but now we have recreational use that's allowable and recreational dispensary. Am I understanding that correctly?
Because the city's regulations don't expressly prohibit recreational dispensaries, as soon as the state starts issuing permits, they will be able to come in unless you restrict that.
Okay, so realistically, we could ban both recreation and and medical
dispensaries.
Okay.
Yes.
I would leave that for discussion. I mean, I am very supportive of medical marijuana and the compassionate care for those purposes. I totally support that. We probably all have folks that are benefiting and getting comforted from that. So those are my comments there. So, having it come back for more discussion, as recommended by Mr. Heading, I'd support. But those are my comments as far as the 6 items. And I guess so. Maybe you can lead us a little bit more on that, Mr. Heading. So, as I understand that, so we would want to continue that and direct staff to come back with perhaps our assistant city attorney for a more in-depth discussion to gain some more knowledge, and then actually provide maybe some of the input that I just did and outlined to start and go forward.
With information about what other cities currently are doing?
Yes.
And information about the experience that the other states that have allowed it are having?
Yes.
So, is that a motion? Or you want me to make a motion?
I was looking for you to
I'd be happy to. So I would move that we establish educational session with our assistant city attorney to include items 1 through 6 and any other additional items to be addressed that he thinks appropriate for the purpose of us developing appropriate ordinances to deal with both medicinal and recreational use of marijuana as quickly as possible, so as to preclude anything happening before an ordinance might be in place.
And the background data.
And in the background, yeah.
We need a second?
I second.
Okay, so a motion, Mr. Heading, second by Mr. Makwetsky. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? None. Motion carries 5-0. Terrific. Thanks. Item C4, council member outreach and staff support discussion and direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So this is our last business item tonight, a business item about council outreach, a discussion on council outreach. So the purpose is to provide you an opportunity to primarily discuss amongst yourselves, ask questions of staff as needed, to discuss and, if desired, provide some general or very specific direction on several aspects of council and staff outreach in the community and appropriate staff and or council participation in those activities. To try to narrow that down to 3 general discussion topics. Discussion topic number 1 is council member individual or paired outreach in the community. For example, a council member town hall or 2 council members conducting a town hall. And if you would like to have appropriate staff and or logistical support to those sorts of sessions. That's one broad area. So that broad area is council member initiated outreach and bringing a staff member along, having some low level of financial support to rent a room, take out a trolley, provide outreach in terms of marketing, and have staff, put on Facebook and those sort of things. The second broad area is staff planned activities, certain meetings the staff might have or other forums the staff might have, like stakeholder outreach meetings, giving staff, if you'd like to give staff latitude to to invite certain council members on a time-to-time basis to participate in those meetings. And then third, council also was interested in just having a general council discussion on community outreach and how staff does outreach and what other approaches you might want to consider. I'm going to very briefly show you 3 other slides, and you can determine if you'd like to look at them as you're having those discussions. These are cut straight from the staff report. So this is related in question number 1. The council might consider discussing staff and logistical support to council member apolitical community outreach. Is the council comfortable with 2 to 3 staff members accompanying 1 to 2 council members on such outreach, et cetera, et cetera? So a few notes there. Not a whole lot of folks in the audience, but you have exactly this in your staff report in front of you. And then same thing on staff planned events. Some questions there, some guidance you might want to give the staff, and then some notes on community outreach and some of the things that we already do, and some discussion you may want to have. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to put those 3 broad areas of discussion topic up there, and you can address those however you'd like to manage, and we're here.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll start off with questions. I don't have any speaker slips, so we have 1 guest with us. I'm not looking at though. Hi, no public comment. Okay, so with that, we'll start with questions, and then once we conclude questions amongst ourselves, we'll roll into discussion. And Matt, you want to start us off with questions on this?
Sure. I'll try to stay away from commentary right now and just stay with questions. In terms of looking at these 3 items, will there be any, in terms of both staff, Dave, and in terms of council, is there going to be any, if we agree to it, does everybody have to participate?
No, definitely not.
So in terms of this outreach, I mean, because Red, for instance, Red is already doing a voluntary, and a number of us perhaps meet with people once in a while. But so this would be in addition to that, any sort of council outreach that's already being conducted?
Yes. So using Mr. Davis as an example, Mr. Davis is going to be at the chessboard from 9 to 10 on Saturday morning to engage community members, and that's fantastic. But if there was an instance in which Mr. Davis wanted to have some other sort of town hall outreach to a certain group, let's say a group of hoteliers, and he thought it might be useful to have Jen Little from our tourism management office to be there to answer questions, to provide support, to take notes, to listen, then this would give, if you provide that sort of direction that you're comfortable with the staff managing appropriate, not overextended support and to those sort of council member outreaches, that's what this would allow us to do.
Okay, and then likewise, I guess you're really much answering the next question I would have about staff planned events. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Red.
On number 1, if 2 council members went out, say in a trolley, what are we allowed to say? There are Brown Act limitations is what I'm referring to.
During that trolley trip, there's no Brown Act issue. The slippery slope is then neither of whoever those 2 were can talk to any of the others about what happened.
Yes, we would be linked then in whatever discussion takes place in the trolley. Okay.
One potential benefit of having a staff member there is that staff member would then, with me, let the entire council know what some of the discussion was, or at least what the community input may have been. So if we're not going to take notes and say, and Mr. Davis said this and Mr. Makowetsky said that, but there was community discussion on the sidewalk, one-way or two-way on the Embarcadero, or it would be, the staff could, it's important to me, in my role, to ensure that all of you get the same sort of inputs that I have to ensure that you can do your job well.
Okay.
And that could be another slippery slope, because if all that's happening is giving that information, but if the point of giving that information is to get some feedback from the council to sort of understand where the council may want to go, that has to happen in a public meeting. So that information has to be given to the entire council in a public meeting to get that feedback.
Yes, okay, and I'm practicing that on my Saturday mornings. What is the logistical costs involved in using a trolley with a driver and staff salaried, or would we pay overtime pay if a staff member went out?
Under $30 an hour for the trolley. And in most instances, the staff I would send with you would not be on overtime.
And the driver?
That's the driver cost for the trolley. It's under $30 for an hour for the trolley. That's the driver, and
You get a driver and a trolley?
you do.
Whoa.
Well, actually, we own the trolley, so all we have to do is get a driver and some gas.
Oh, okay. All right.
Next question is, can I drive?
So there might be a few occasions where the staff member who was, I can't imagine this, but I'm just letting you know that the staff member that was really important to have participate would be an hourly employee, not a management or executive employee. But in 99% of the situations, it'll be a management or executive employee that gets to go because it's the joy of being a management executive employee, just like they are sitting here right now.
If we go back to slide number 1 that had the 3, would you see any value in, or I guess maybe there's a question for the council, would the council see any value in adding a 4th kind of outreach where the entire council schedules an off-site session where we could discuss among ourselves with an announced Brown Act process our ideas, our visions, our goals, get to know one another, and be visible to whomever wants to come, kind of a team building. Sometimes I feel hogtied by the Brown Act because I can't talk to you guys except here. So sometimes I don't know what kind of motivations you have, what you're bringing to the meetings, and I'm just thinking of an informal, off-site kind of a team building. Would the council want to add that as a discussion topic? Is my question, and I'll just stop there.
I'd be willing to respond to that, as we all should. Great question on number 4. Actually, in my notes, read the whole outreach thing. Great discussion. There's some things that I think there's that I have some concerns with, as far as, and I've discussed it with Dave. Personally, I think we should do a council retreat first. Do that, come back, and talk about what we think outreach should look like. Interestingly, well, first, welcome to the privilege of being elected. I mean, you did a lot of work tonight preparing, right? On the first item on consent, a lot of work going through all that. And we have the Brown Act that we have to adhere to. So how we work with that, what are ideas, we've got to do that right here. And it can be awkward, it can be successful, and it could sometimes, be clunky is one of my words, I suppose. But I guess, when I was first looking at this and some of my thoughts, I personally, that was part of my remarks and preparing for this was, I feel it would be beneficial to do a council retreat first. Some of the things as far as you doing a outreach, and obviously, I had this conversation with Mr. Buckingham as well, because last year during the discussion about considering contracting with the sheriff, right? There was a big outcry, and I was invited by some citizens to do a town hall, which I did, so came in, answered questions. And one of the first things was, hey, glad to be here, answer any questions. Just so you know, I am not representing and speaking for council. I'll give you what my opinions and remarks are, but I'm not. And those are things that I think we, will learn. But so as we go out and we do outreach, I think there's some learning things and some things that should be defined that we respect, and that as we're doing outreach, that what are we doing the outreach for? Are they part of our goals? Or are we building some consensus on housing? So there's a lot of moving parts to what your thoughts are for outreach, which I don't know what those are because we're now talking about it. But in a nutshell, I'll stop and turn it over to the rest of my other council members, but that's my response to your number 4 addition. And I'll turn it over to John.
And are we on questions or the question?
I think
I'm
it's
not
free
sure.
flowing right
free
now.
Flowing.
It's at this point, he asked a question, and,
I think,
it's kind of it really is a council discussion on this. And anyway, so
sure.
Let's just go ahead and go with it.
I think
we got through the marijuana ordinance.
We did.
So it's pretty free flowing.
I think we're having the retreat right now, Red, and it's going well. And so I don't know if I have questions or comments, but I'll do both since we're doing that. I find the Brown Act to be very helpful to the public, but very difficult for elected officials to work together as a team and strategize. And I don't mean that public listening, that means I want to discuss stuff in private and not have public folks available. But it really is difficult when you have to think every time you speak in a room where one of these people are, if you're doing the right thing or saying the right thing. And so I deal with that, and I probably err on the side of caution because I don't want to violate any ethical principles. The one question I have, Mr. Pannone, is if I elect to do, and the great example the mayor gave is something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, and that is to help educate the community on my impression regarding certain things that are important to the city, and to take questions and answer them and get feedback. But it would be helpful to me to have staff assist in the preparation of things like overheads, if I directed them to prepare 10 overheads that were on the financial status of the city, etc. And then using the room, which is a city facility. Are there FPCC issues that one might run into, and or conflict of interest issues if I am granted the use of this room, and or I'm allowed to have a staff person prepare slides for me that are presented publicly in a forum like that?
No, there'd be no conflict of interest issues.
The only real issue would be, and I would have respect for Dave's staff, is overburdening the staff, for the 100 slides that I want prepared, and that certainly would not occur. The other piece of that is when you facilitate a large group, it's impossible to write. And so having a staff person present during that time to scribe for one and to take down information, even though it could be recorded and transcribed, which is very difficult to do from my perspective. Would that be something that would be appropriate if, again, it wouldn't be overutilized in terms of time?
From a legal perspective, yes, but
Yes.
that's the point of today's discussion,
Right.
is to get the council's agreement that that's okay
Right.
for staff
Got it.
resources to be spent.
So that's what I want to know. Do you guys have a problem if I have a town hall and invite the community openly and give a presentation and interact like Red does at the square every Saturday? And I've had a discussion with the city manager with regard to resource consumption, and there has to be, I think, some level of resource consumption limitations because city time is extremely important. Everybody's busy, but it's also very helpful to me as an elected to get out there, and I'm finding that more and more. Groups of 2 or 3 are great, but getting to a large crowd is not only desired by the community, I think, from all of us, but also very helpful and beneficial to staff in terms of hopefully us disseminating information. So I would very much like to do that, and I'd like to do it on a routine basis in that kind of a venue, or Red likes trolleys. I think that's cool. But we all may have just different approaches to it. I think maybe we have to worry about a couple things. One is limitation of staff time and utilization, possible overutilization of staff time, and 2, the consumption of resources that are scarce. And by that, I wouldn't want to, spend 4 hours in this room in a cold day having to heat it up and light it at the expense of the city once a month, So I don't know how you write that in a policy, but I think we're big people, and we know, and we could trust Mr. Buckingham to tell us, my gosh, you've just utilized 20 hours of staff time, and that's a bad thing, and you need to stop it. And yes.
Another consideration in that thought process you were going down is making sure that each of you as individuals express to the community out that you're meeting with something similar to what the mayor was describing as saying, it's just me.
Absolutely.
I'm not speaking for the city, it's just me.
Absolutely. And I've done the same thing on social media, on the app, the neighborhood app. I made a public comment out there that I can't do this because other people might be watching, same kind of a thing. And I would make that same disclaimer in these kinds of meetings. To answer your question about a retreat, I'd love to be with you all at any time, but I'm not sure that this is any different than that, and I don't know how we would team build in a public forum like this where it has to be a public meeting. I'd be interested in what that might look like, and I would certainly support it if it would improve relations and our ability to work together and maybe help us understand maybe the process or the format of how we work together. So I would not be opposed to that at all.
Marlis?
Yeah, let me just follow up with another question about that. Is it necessary, if we are not going to talk about any issues, any policy issues, but we're really having a team-building exercise where we're talking about how we work together and getting to know each other better, that still has to be a public meeting?
It has to be a noticed Brown Act meeting. My experience has been that that doesn't mean you have to do it here.
Right.
It doesn't mean you have to do it at City Hall. It could mean you could do it at the Morro Bay Inn or somewhere else. It's not unusual for those meetings to be set and for nobody to show up except your facilitator. And if the public does show up, I've seen that not be an issue. The public just sits and listens.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they make a few comments, but you still go, the facilitator is there to help you with your team building.
Okay. The other comment that I want to make is I think there's different types of citizen input that we want to get or interaction. And there's the kind where you don't have any particular issue at all on your mind. You just want to hear what people have to say. You just want to gather input. That's different from trying to get very targeted input on a particular issue. And I think we should all on our own try to gather that kind of what are people's concerns and issues, and we should be doing that on a regular basis. And if we want to do it on an organized basis, I think that's to your credit, and I hope I can do that myself one day. But the other kind, I think that's the kind we're talking about, where we're talking about more coordinated, maybe two people going, where we can see that there's an issue that's going to come before us, and we really want to find out what the public thinks about that particular issue. And then, yeah, I think it's a good. I'm a firm believer that the more we reach out to the public ahead of time, before we talk about an issue and gather opinions and ideas, the better off we're going to be. So I really do support this, but I think there does need to be limitations, and we do have to be sensitive to staff time and the resources, and we need to make sure that we all get the same kind of resources, and we don't overdo. One person doesn't overdo, and then sorry, but the budget's gone for that, but. So that's all I have to say.
So you, Mr. Buckingham, you want to comment a little bit?
If I could, I very much appreciate the discussion on being thoughtful about the use or overuse of staff time and resources. Thank you for being concerned about that. At the same time, as Ms. McPherson just noted, this kind of outreach and perhaps vision communication from the council in the community, I'd commit a ton of resources because it's so important. And I'm not saying I'm going to commit a ton of resources. But the resource requirement to facilitate that is very small, but the value of it, in my estimation, is very, very large. If we see council members out in the community with a group of 20 or 30 folks, whether it's a group from a neighborhood or a stakeholder group or the Chamber of Commerce board or whatever it is, the Rotary, and to have council and staff there together as a team, I think it's powerful, I think it's good, and I think it's worth the resources. On the retreat discussion, retreat, team building, off-site, great discussion on that. And there are, Ms. Swanson and I had a meeting today with a gentleman on a separate topic who does exactly that, governance board, municipal governance board, retreats, facilitation, team building, and we came out of that going, man, that'd be great. And so that's something that is regularly done and can be organized and might provide a great venue, as the mayor noted, for some further discussion of this and training to, some training to make sure everybody knows what to do and what not to do in the process. So some thoughts.
Matt.
Yeah. Well, I asked my questions first because we were following the protocol, and I didn't get to make. I have all this to say. My goodness gracious! Well, first of all, the one big reason for me in bringing this up is there are a number of folks in town, and there's a number of items that people want to know more about. Sometimes this venue is somewhat confining or a little bit intimidating to folks. And so the idea of not just in terms of Red going out and doing his talk with people, one of my big ideas, not big ideas, I don't know if I have big ideas, was to go to different neighborhoods in the town and to bring different concerns to people. And knowing full well that sometimes you might want to go and talk about the wastewater treatment plant, but people want to go and talk about streets and roads. We have a very involved population, but sometimes they can't come to meetings. And sometimes even watching the TV, they're going to send us an email, but that's not still that person-to-person interaction that our constituents want. So that was my big idea in bringing this up. And all the reasons everybody's bringing about taking out their solar That's great. That's really understandable. And the retreat idea, I would totally, I mean, I enjoy working with all of you already, but I think a retreat when, in terms of building the idea for us helping to move the city forward would be very helpful. But back to the other idea, in terms of in a limited fashion, using some staff resources, if we did a trolley, or if the trolley's not working, we're going to meet at someone's house, and we have some people around town, and going to different neighborhoods and addressing those concerns. I think it's a vital part of bringing council to our residents, and so that's what I like to have.
So great, Red. You started this number 4 thing, and I'm saying that in fun. So, you know, this is a very fluid, free-flowing conversation. We have 3 items up there. We kind of talked about, you know, council retreat. My earlier comment, which kind of garnered some more conversation, was more about the concept of doing the council retreat and then coming back and having this discussion again on what outreach would look like. So, I think it's a great discussion, but those are my thoughts. I'm not opposed to that. I just think I think it's a missed opportunity in not doing the council retreat. I said that we probably could have done that a couple years ago, but we have a new council now, so it's not a missed opportunity by any means. But I would definitely support with the rest of council to consider that. I think it might enlighten us in some of the thoughts about outreach. And I think one of the things that concerns me about it, and I think all of it has echoed that, and that is the consumption of our resources, our city resources, be it our staff or anything else, primarily the time in which we go about that. So I try to be pretty sensitive about that. So those are my thoughts. Red, I'll turn it over to you. I think you kind of led in with some conversations about this. If you wanted to have any more comments, or if we want to finish this off and what direction we want to take, with this. I've just given you my comments.
So I think we've branched off into 2 things that we're looking at. One is the sample motion that Mr. Buckingham is bringing to us, which is the specific subject of C4. And then the other is, it sounds as if we have general council consensus to do a retreat, and Mr. Buckingham is suggesting that we use a facilitator to facilitate that. At this point, the mayor suggested we do an off-site retreat team building session first before we start doing this other. So I would support doing that. I also support the sample motion the way it is written now. So I don't think I can make 2 motions at once, but
well, you can make one motion at a time, that's for sure.
Okay.
Or make one motion that encompasses everything.
Could I ask another question before we do that, since this is free-flowing?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea about how much the facilitator would cost? Because I think we need to be concerned about that, and before we make a motion to move forward with that, I'd like to know what it might cost us.
I don't, because likely the gentleman that we talked to today would be more expensive than somebody locally. But there are also folks who have done this locally. Ken Hampion has done these sort of things. And so I think there's likely a range.
Marlis, I recall 2 years ago, anyway, we allocated in the budget, I want to say $4,000, which at the time it was, let's put it to something else. So I think there's a lot of value in that for what we get out of it. So I would be inclined, and I appreciate the sensitivity to cost, as we all should, but I'd be inclined to say it's invaluable at that cost. But those are my remarks, and I would be. Those are my remarks. John, you're looking.
Yeah, I'm
like
ready
you
to make a
wanted-
motion.
Yeah.
Okay. I would move that staff be directed to add language to the council policies and procedures that will, from time to time, and except during the 6 months prior to the municipal election, allow individual council members and advisory board members within the confines of the Brown Act to participate in community outreach events that utilize minimal city staff or resources outside of duly noticed meetings, and that staff arrange for a council retreat off-site at a cost not to exceed $1,000 in total as soon as possible.
Mr. Mayor, I made a mistake in the presentation in not noting that the sample motion on the screen is slightly different, well, not slightly, is moderately different from the motion in your staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Buckingham. Let me
the one on the screen includes the second paragraph that addresses number 2 there. You can read it, that addresses council participation in certain staff organized activities. Right. And it also, at the very beginning, put sort of a purpose statement in why we might be considering this, and that is to, you can read it there.
If I might withdraw that
my
initial
mistake.
motion, since it wasn't seconded, Mr. Mayor, is that all right?
Okay.
And I would move the sample motion as exactly stated there, unless our city attorney wants me to read it. Thank you. And in addition to that, ask that staff arrange for a council retreat off-site, cost not to exceed $1,000 as soon as possible.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and a second, and then discussion. I'll just start off with discussion. One, I don't think $1,000 is limiting what we'll get out of that. So I have doubts that we're going to be able to get a council treat for $1,000. And then the other, on the second part of the motion, provide staff latitude from time to time as staff determines, invite 1 or 2 council members to attend or participate in staff organized meetings. This is one of my earlier discussions with Mr. Buckingham, and that is equal information to council members in that these types of organized meetings aren't working meetings. In other words, if we need to do a subcommittee to establish a working meeting, then we come to council and we discuss that. And we're not creating this as a working meeting ongoing. So I think that's what I'll speak up to as well. So if we can amend the motion to include that type of language, and the other part of that is I think we need, $1,000. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get a council retreat on that. So, some help with that. I wouldn't want to be elaborate and say 10,000 or anything like that either, but I would imagine we'd be able to get to something in the 3,000 range or 4,000 range. And if it means we need to come back and discuss that, but I feel pretty sure that we're not going to really get a council retreat at the cost of $1,000 for what I would think would be really beneficial. Those are my remarks.
Friendly amendment to include the comment that the mayor made with regard to the types of meetings and the development of this policy to limit those meetings under number 2 to working meetings, I think you call them working, as opposed to, as stated. And secondarily, to increase the allowance for the retreat not to exceed $1,000 $3,500.
So we need another second for that, to that amended motion, I think, Marlis?
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Heading, second by Ms. McPherson. Any further discussion? Yes,
Mr.
sir?
Mayor, did you say earlier that we do have in the current budget up to $4,000 committed?
No, I was trying to target a price range. I was recollecting 2 years ago when this was a discussion for a council retreat, that it was budgeted to about $4,000, and that was kind of the target of what a council retreat would be. That was 2 years ago. So
I so appreciate you making sure that you know where the money comes from before you send it out.
Yeah.
If you could hold up your recreation guide again. Mr. Hay and your city staff delivered that for $4,000 under the budget. We budgeted $6,000. It came in at $2,000. So there's $4,000 available to pay for this $3,500 retreat if you would like to do it that way.
And that we utilize the savings from the Morro Bay
Community Activities Guide.
Okay, so we have a motion and it's seconded, and we've had discussion, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None, motion carries 5-0. Thank you, that concludes item C4. Unless there was some other motion or discussion that we needed to do, I'd close that item and move on to declaration of future agenda items. And not to be, we've been talking about a lot of future agenda items, but I will open with one. And that has to do with the water reclamation facility and update Mr. Buckingham provided, specifically on a lobbyist for the WRF, and was glad to have that interaction with Mike Miller from Ferguson. Just, ex parte 4 years ago, I was in contact with Mike Miller as well, because he had done such good work for Los Osos. And I agendized an item then for us to consider a lobbyist to start the process for our water reclamation facility. It obviously, at that time, timing wasn't right at that point. It was probably rightfully so, but I'd like to re-agendize that and for the council to consider what our options are for a lobbyist, both state and federally, both in Washington, D.C., to help us with our water reclamation facility, considering the outcomes of Los Osos. That if the council's not aware, I think one of the significant successes to Los Osos was being able to, through legislation, change the population from 15,000 to less, and I'll look to Mr. Buckingham on that for any clarity, which allowed them the loans that they secured for Los Osos. And I think that's an example of the benefits of that. So I'd like to bring back for discussion examples of what lobbyists would look like for our water reclamation facility, bring back options and view what and why and how a lobbyist would be beneficial for the city of Morro Bay as it is specific for water reclamation facility. And then, that would give us the option to go out for RFP or secure or not. But I'd like to have that discussion. And that's my support of that. So we have support to the right. Okay, so we have unanimous support on that. And with anything else from my right to my left?
I would like to bring back our employee compensation study for further discussion. My concern is that the objective in Goal 10D was to complete a professional external comparative study of compensation policies and levels to ensure both taxpayers and employee interests are appropriately served, and to complete the study in time for 2017-18 MOU negotiations. I'm concerned with a couple of things. I think that with our previous discussion, we did not appropriately serve employee interests because we took no action on the study. We simply received and filed it. And we also spent $20,000 on a salary study with the implied intent that we would act on it, and we did not. So gives the impression that this is another study that we paid for and didn't do anything with. I think that with further discussion, we can craft a motion that includes what we agreed to in our previous motion, but also meets the further commitment that we made to the taxpayers and employees in our goal 10D, which would be to craft a goal based on defined criteria, which does not commit us to a specific action until say that we could say that we would begin a timetable of employee salary adjustment at such time as we are certain of a sustainable increasing revenue. So I would just like to bring that back for a little more discussion.
So Matt, we got a thumbs up there.
I guess I need clarity. Mr. Buckingham, can you remind me of, I believe we made a motion to come back with not necessarily a prescriptive policy, but developing a philosophy, and that is coming back. Am I incorrect?
That's correct. It's coming back summer or later, sometime after the conclusion of the upcoming negotiations.
It's coming back after?
After the conclusion of the upcoming negotiations. So it will not be discussed or in place to affect or influence the upcoming negotiations.
And can you remind me on the goal that was established last year? Could you give me, I didn't quite get it from you, Red. Could you give me your interpretation of that or read it specifically again? I was trying to, I heard you say a couple of different things, but I just wanted to hear it verbatim.
I can read it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Complete a professional external comparative study of compensation policies and levels to ensure both taxpayers and employee interests are appropriately served. Complete the study in time for the 2017-18 MOU negotiations.
And we did that. We did the study? Completed it?
We completed the study.
Correct.
But I don't believe that we serve taxpayer and employee interests by not taking some action on the study.
We did, though.
Well, we filed and received it.
No, we took action to develop a philosophy, I believe. But I mean, I don't want to get into discussion.
Yeah, okay.
I can't support it as stated.
Okay.
I can't support it either. We looked at this twice, and we really had a very thorough discussion about it, and I think we arrived at a conclusion that made sense to me that said we did meet the goal, and you obviously can use those results when you're dealing with especially internal salary adjustments. And I believe that what we need really is a philosophy, and I think you were going to check into what other cities might have as policies so that we would have more information when we look at that philosophy, but I don't support re-examining it at this point. The study.
The study, but the philosophy.
Yes. Oh,
that's,
yeah.
That's what we. That's
yes.
what was.
Yes.
Moved.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. I support exactly the motion that we made and moving forward the way we decided at our last meeting.
In regards to after the negotiations, instead of continuing the conversation on a philosophy concurrently. So instead of continuing the conversation on compensation philosophy, potentially what we would look like, what concurrently, I mean,
I'm not opposed to
moving
doing
that-
it now. There must have been a reason why we were going to do it in the summer.
we need to finish whether or not we want to bring this back.
Got it.
We have two saying they want to bring it back and two that say we don't.
So,
if I could take mine back, because I'd like to revisit the philosophy angle of it.
yeah, so I think really, basically, we want to just, the question is, do we want to continue the discussion of compensation study? And that, bringing that back would be in the form of our motion, which was, hey, we want to see what the philosophy is. So if your motion is, if your desire to have compensation study come back sooner rather than later, then I could support that. But that's where I'm at. But I think the discussion that we had was, and motion was bringing back a compensation philosophy to further that goal. That, I guess that's the way I understood it.
I'm not quite sure.
The motion that, paraphrasing, that was passed was threefold. One, it was to receive and file the compensation study, which effectively also said don't consider a compensation policy, don't continue the compensation policy discussion in the next month. Second was to report to council annually on if we were experiencing a loss of personnel because of compensation, or if we were having challenges hiring personnel because of compensation, was the second point. And the third point was to, after the conclusion of the upcoming negotiations, to restart a discussion on compensation philosophy or policy, and but to wait till after the negotiations. So the current glide slope we're on is to not talk about compensation policy or philosophy before the upcoming negotiations begin, to not have any, to not be able to rely on any or look toward any compensation policy or philosophy as part of these negotiations, and then to sort of reopen this discussion after these current negotiations for future negotiations.
Okay, so for the sake of time, we've got a request to bring back the compensation study discussion, and we have no support. We have Matt?
I'm going to change it to no, being that, as David just relisted what we decided, especially coming up with compensation issues that we're going to be facing in the next few months. Now I'm recalling why, and so I'm satisfied with now.
So after the summer, we're going to come back with a compensation philosophy.
Yes.
But there's really nothing prohibiting us from doing a compensation philosophy discussion concurrently. And at this point, I'll go ahead and conclude it. So we don't have support for the motion, and so we'll leave it at that. And then, so we do have one future agenda item. Thanks. Sorry, Red. And then with that, without any further discussion, we'll adjourn the meeting. Our next meeting will be a special closed session meeting January 25th at 3:30, and our next regular meeting will be held Tuesday, February 14th, 2017 at 6 p.m. right here at the Veterans Memorial Building. Thank you very much and good night.